Trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at truegreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
We are live on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash. We are A.J. Brown free zones today. No A.J. Brown. He is no longer a member of the Philadelphia Eagles. If you missed yesterday's show, A.J. Brown got traded. He got traded to the New England Patriots of all teams. Well, that's over. A.J. Brown is no longer a member of the Philadelphia Eagles. How do you move on from this? Well, we're going to count the ways. Does this actually help the Eagles move forward and become a better team? We're going to dive into that. Something Adam Schefter said this morning on Unsportsmanlike stands out as a reason why the Philadelphia Eagles could be better without A.J. Brown. We'll dive into it. Our Phillies mailbag, Frank Klose, joins us as he does every Tuesday at the bottom of the hour. Phillies fastball today at 3:30. Also, Adam Caplan on what this Eagles offense will look like now without A.J. Brown and what could be next for the Birds without A.J. Brown. You know, A.J. Brown made a huge mark on the Philadelphia Eagles. When they traded for A.J. Brown on draft night with the Tennessee Titans, it was a game changer for this team. Remember, the team had been 9-7. They went to the playoffs. They got bounced out in pretty embarrassing fashion by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And in that offseason, on draft night, if you remember, this one wasn't talked about. This wasn't like maybe the Eagles could go get A.J. Brown. No. On April 28th, draft night of 2022, the Philadelphia Eagles traded the 18th overall pick in the draft in exchange to be able to get A.J. Brown. The trade went absolutely sideways for Tennessee, and all the trade did for Philadelphia was make them a Super Bowl contending team almost instantaneously. He immediately signed a 4-year, $100 contract, $100 million contract. One of two $100 million extensions that he would get with the Philadelphia Eagles. He absolutely, from the moment he stepped into Philadelphia, changed the organization for the better. So this isn't good riddance. This is thanks for the memories to some extent. But I can't help but wonder how we got here. You know, in that first year, A.J. Brown, 88 catches, 1,500 yards, 11 touchdowns. Set single-season franchise records for yards. And that would continue. A.J. Brown was an absolute difference maker for the Philadelphia Eagles. In fact, he was such a big impact for the Philadelphia Eagles that one has to wonder his place in organizational history. He has the most seasons of all time of any Eagle player with 4 1,000-yard seasons. No other Eagles receiver has more than that. He has the single-season record for yardage with 1,496. I rounded up and said 1,500. He was 4 yards off in 2022. And then the next season, he had the most receptions by a wide receiver in Philadelphia Eagles history with 106. He is undoubtedly one of the best receivers, if not the best receivers to ever play the game. You want to hear a number that almost jumps off the page and punches you right between your eyes in the face? Over the last 4 seasons, A.J. Brown has accounted for 33% of all receiving yards for the Philadelphia Eagles. It's the highest rate by any player, period, since 2022. More than Puka Nacua, more than Justin Jefferson, more than C.D. Lamb. And when you talk about the guy making the tough catches, when you talk about the big play, the big moment, he leads all players in the NFL in catches and receiving touchdowns on yards of 1 yard of separation when the throw gets there. In other words, he might be covered, yet he still made the play. You take a look at that number, the tough contested catches. He has 460 yards in that situation, more than any player in the league. And that's what you've now lost. When you talk about stretching the field, during his time with the Philadelphia Eagles, A.J. Brown, 1,063 yards on deep targets. Yes, you guessed it. That is the most in the NFL. 28 catches and 11 touchdowns on deep passes. It's the most in the NFL since 2022. He has 15 catches of 50 or more yards. He has 10 touchdown catches of 50 or more yards. That's the third most in the NFL. That's what the Eagles are losing. Now, are they losing this player and he's still that player? Or are they losing this player and that's what he once was? We don't know the answer to that question. Make no mistake about it. A.J. Brown had an undeniable impact on the Philadelphia Eagles during his 4 seasons here. Now, how do they replace him? Well, they drafted a guy, they traded for a guy, and they signed a guy in free agency. Hollywood Brown, free agent. Trade, Dontavian Wicks. Draft night, Mekhi Lemon. So they took every avenue to replace A.J. Brown. 3 guys are going to try to replace 1. And does that make the Philadelphia Eagles better? I don't know if their wide receiving core will be better. It's going to be different. That's for sure. And that's okay. But there's one thing that Adam Schefter said this morning on Get Up, which I think is something that really needs to be talked about a little bit more. And Adam Schefter this morning on Get Up, he brings up, okay, they've now traded A.J. Brown. Do they make another big move? We'll see. But I think this is something that has to be taken under consideration moving forward.
The great part about the A.J. Brown trade for the Eagles was it freed up over $30 million, which the Eagles have already begun to spend by trading for Jonathan Grenard on day 2 of the NFL draft. Jonathan Grenard's been a great pass rusher. Not only that, but the Eagles have to pay all their own players. They have to pay Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith and Cooper DeJean eventually and Quinyon Mitchell. So there are a lot of players that they have to pay. So you can't just all of a sudden start making moves for a player that's really expensive. I don't even know who you want that's out there. I don't think Max Crosby's getting traded. I don't. But look, I didn't think Myles Garrett was going to get traded, and he did.
The $30 million it frees up in cap space now. We continue to ask the question, you trade A.J. Brown, how do you help the 2026 Eagles out by getting a 2028 first-round pick? That's been something that's been stuck in my craw. How do you help the 2026 Eagles out? Well, you have $30 million freed up now. Part of it was because you knew you were trading A.J. Brown, you went out and traded for Jonathan Grenard. Part of the $30 million that you now have freed up because you spread that out over the cap over 2 years instead of just 1, now you can sign Grenard. Well, many times we have a hard time, it's like you win a lump sum of money and then you have to use said money to pay off past debt. That's no fun, right? It's like, wow, I just won $2,500 or I got a bonus. Who you kidding? Work doesn't give you bonuses. Who am I kidding here? Those are unattainable goals. You get a bonus and you say, I got all this extra money. Oh, I got to put it towards this. That's kind of like the Eagles with the $30 million, whereas you're hoping that the $30 million is being used for new toys. Part of the problem is the Eagles need that $30 million for the toys they already have. They need to take that $30 million and put it towards Jalen Carter, Cooper DeJean, and Quinyon Mitchell. So if you're not a fan of the A.J. Brown trade, you have to ask yourself the question, would you rather A.J. Brown here and then maybe lose Jalen Carter or Cooper DeJean or Quinyon Mitchell, or would you rather bite the bullet and trade A.J. Brown with the better opportunity to sign those guys for longer terms. And I think that's what you had to balance in this situation if you're the Philadelphia Eagles. You now have the ability to use that pocket of money that you would not have had, right, if A.J. Brown were here. Now, that doesn't mean I have to love the compensation. They got a 2028 first-round pick. On June 2nd, 2026, I don't love the compensation. But if I'm still here on June the 2nd of 2028, maybe I love the trade. Right? 2 years from now, we could be having a conversation, and I might say, man, remember that A.J. Brown trade they made? Look what they ended up with. We have no idea what they're going to do with that 2028 first-round pick. A.J. Brown, maybe he breaks down. Maybe he's not the same player. Maybe the Patriots have a bad year. Maybe that pick's a top 10 pick. We never know. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. Keep this in mind, too. Devontae Smith now becomes your number one wide receiver. Who jumps into the number 2 spot? Who's the second guy? The drop-off from Brown to Smith is not significant. I think Devontae Smith is a fine number 1. He has been the number 1 here before, and that didn't go so well. But the number 2 is Quez Watkins on that team. Do they have a better number 2 now than they did back in 2021? They're going to share that role. Lemon, Wicks, Hollywood Brown. Those are the guys now. Much better depth at that position than you had back then in 2021. Smith is a rookie. Hurts is a rookie, by the way. He is certainly not the accomplished player that he has now become. But all of this stuff, the thing that Schefter just said is, does he see them making another move? He doesn't. But he also said, I didn't see Myles Garrett getting traded. So don't rule it out. But is it necessity? Is it a necessity that they have to go do something more here? This is almost like, the Dodgers went out and got Kyle Tucker. And you're like, oh, my gosh. They went out and got the best bat in free agency. Like, what more can they do? Like, there's some buzz about them possibly being involved on Tarek Skubal. And you're like, really? The Dodgers? You need Skubal? And it's like, what can the Phillies do to match what the Dodgers have done? Do the Eagles have to match what the Rams have done? Or are they on par with the Rams without A.J. Brown, with or without Myles Garrett? Because they went out and got Myles Garrett yesterday. You have Jonathan Grenard. That was your move. Now, Garrett's obviously better than Grenard. You've lost Brown. Their offense is pretty much the same. So, June 1st in the NFL became a huge day in the pecking order in the NFC. For supremacy in the NFC right now, you have a huge pecking order where the Rams are at the top. Seattle's saying, come on after us. We're the Super Bowl champions, although the Rams have the best odds. And then there's Philadelphia kind of in that mix with a couple of other teams. But now that the A.J. Brown stuff is behind the Philadelphia Eagles, what is the next incarnation of this team? Because when they traded for A.J. Brown on draft night of 2022, that was the incarnation of this Eagles crew that we just remembered for the last 4 years. I don't want to say A.J. Brown was the identity of the team. He was not, but what he did, he was a guy who put you from wild card contender to Super Bowl champion. And that can't be denied. But it has to be replaced. And how do you do it? How do you go about, listen, the Eagles won a Super Bowl in 2017, and then they won another one completely different. Completely different. That one back in 2017 was way different than the one that you got 3 years ago. So what is Howie Roseman's next act? Right? In a league that's constantly changing and constantly moving and constantly evolving, what is Howie Roseman's next act here as the Philadelphia Eagles general manager, changing things over, moving on from the last era of Eagles football, the last 4 years, which has been an A.J. Brown era? Like, I don't think the era is defined by A.J. Brown, but I just read you some numbers. He leaves as the franchise leader in most 1,000-yard seasons, single-season receiving yards leader, single-season reception leader, 33% of reception yards by A.J. Brown. Contested catches, 460 yards more than the next closest player. That's the era that you now turn your back on. Are they equipped to completely change? We'll see. I, for one, am very intrigued to see what the rest of this offseason looks like. How many people out there think they are now dormant in making moves? That they've traded A.J. Brown and that's it? Or does Howie Roseman still have another move left in him? You know, I don't think it's egregious to trade A.J. Brown for a 2028 first-round pick. All I've asked was that the best? Could I have gotten better offer? How come I didn't demand a player to help this team out? And maybe that player wasn't there. Maybe that pick wasn't there. How do I use the $30 million? What does that $30 million net me? So far, Jonathan Grenard. And I guess, do we have to be okay if that $30 million is the reason I get back Cooper, Quinyon, and Jalen Carter? Like, if there was a possibility that one of those three guys could leave if A.J. Brown stayed, is that satisfactory if you were an anti-A.J. Brown trade guy? I think it has to be. Those three guys are more important than A.J. Brown, are they not? They're younger. Fascinating day yesterday with him getting traded, and then subsequently before that, Myles Garrett getting traded. 609-403-0973. That's where we start today's show, and we want to get you involved, as always, on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. I think there is so many peels of the onion on this A.J. Brown thing still, and I know we've known about it for so long, but it's when it hits you. You know, everybody has a plan until you get punched in the face. That's kind of how this feels. It's like you knew it was happening, and the Eagles have done everything. They traded for a receiver. They signed a receiver. They drafted a receiver. And yet, I just read off those numbers, and it's like, I didn't know all that offense is gone. 33% of your receiving yards are all amassed by A.J. Brown, and that's now gone? Pretty eye-opening. That's where we start.
I agree that the stats are eye-opening, but I think that, as a comment that I made to somebody on social media last night, we can't be binary about how we look at this, because I think the point you made before about the three guys they added, I think, is one of the two huge parts of this conversation, because you don't add Wicks and Hollywood Brown and draft Mekhi Lemon if you're moving forward saying, how are we going to replace A.J. Brown? Well, they just answered the question, because you're not replacing A.J. Brown. You're bringing in a new offense. You're bringing in a new way of doing things. Sean Mannion comes from a background between the Sean McVay years and the Kevin O'Connell years and the Matt LaFleur years. He's bringing in a West Coast offense that is predicated on get the ball to the open guy, don't get the ball to the number one receiver. So you basically are building a roster between those three receivers. And don't forget, you brought back Dallas Goedert. He led your team in touchdowns last year. You still have Devontae Smith, and you drafted Eli Stowers. You have a roster now full of guys who are all larger pieces of a puzzle for an offense that, again, if you go based off of who Mannion has worked with and worked for, those offenses like to spread the ball around. They're less interested in getting the ball to the main guy.
And those things are fine if you think you have the right talent, right? And I think the Eagles, I love the Lemon pick. You remember on draft night, I gave him an A+. The big thing with a lot of these teams, the Packers, the Niners, teams that run that style of offense, they have multiple guys.
Right.
Jawan Jennings, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk. That was 3 different guys that they all had high volume of stats in their ways.
Yep.
The question is, in Green Bay, they had Wicks, they had Romeo Dobbs, they had
Christian
Watson. They had a bunch of different guys. Nobody was really the guy.
Right.
So do they look at Devontae Smith as the guy? Seattle had Jackson Smith and Jigba. The other guys kind of had their roles. I'm not looking at the offense and saying, what a downgrade. If you came back with the same offensive philosophy, that would be different. The next biggest question becomes, can Jalen Hurts be the trigger man of said offense? You have Sam Darnold doing it in Seattle. You've got Justin Purdy doing it in Brock Purdy and Jordan Love in Green Bay.
Yeah.
3 quarterbacks who, Darnold was the 2nd or 3rd pick in the draft. Love, 1st-round pick. Purdy, the last pick in the draft. Hurts, does he fall somewhere in between those guys? Is he better than all those guys?
And I'll throw in really quick, if I could throw in another name. Sean Mannion was the backup for Jared Goff with the Rams. So throw that into the conversation. Jared Goff, a number 1 pick, but has never really been best quarterback in the league type quarterback, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Goff, as the number 1 overall pick that year, he did win a Super Bowl, but I think people have always just kind of been meh on him. Yeah, he's good, but I don't really want him. You can have him. I feel like that's almost where Jalen Hurts sits for many people.
Well, I think it also depends on, I had someone try to blast me on social media last night, and it was just too many paragraphs for me to reply. But it just feels like there are certain people that, how many times have you mentioned the concept, Mike, if, the bag of money's too heavy, I don't want it. It's like, no matter what Jalen Hurts does, some people either love him or hate him. And it's like,
He's never going to win everybody.
Right. So it's like, it really just depends on, do you believe Jalen Hurts is good enough to be the operator of the train and keep it on the tracks? If the answer is yes, then the Eagles will be fine. If you believe that Jalen Hurts is only good because they had AJ Brown, then you probably think the Eagles are doomed.
Well, the White Horse RV text board is open, and you guys can hit us up over there, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. AJ Brown traded yesterday. Now what? What is next? The NBA Finals are on 97.3 ESPN. They start tomorrow night. The Spurs take on the Knicks. Wemby, Brunson, who you got? Also, the Stanley Cup Finals are on 97.3 ESPN. It is the Hurricane and the Golden Knights. Yes, Carter Hart, John Tortorella, and the Golden Knight lead the way, taking on the Carolina Hurricane, who knocked out the Philadelphia Flyers. You can listen to that right here on 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, Phillies and Padres, they just played a week ago. The Phillies swept the Padres. It is Aaron Nola tonight for the Phils. Our Phillies mailbag with Frank Klose is next, right now on the Sports Bash. All right, 2:30. Phil's back tonight. Aaron Nola starts for the Phils. It is Randy Velasquez pitching tonight. Velasquez, the last time they played, that was the night where the Phils hit like 3 homers in the game. They won 4-3 over the Padres. They swept the Padres for the first time since 2024. The game tonight in Philadelphia, of course. And we'll check in on the Phils with Frank Klose from 97.3 ESPN.com. His Phillies mailbag appears on our website, 97.3 ESPN.com. And he answers your Phillies mailbag questions each week here on the Sports Bash. All right, let's dive into it. Aaron Nola tonight. And, of course, Frank Klose is back with the mailbag here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. What's going on, Frank?
Not much, Mike. My computer just decided to restart itself. I'm sorry to be on the phone, but other than that, everything's great.
That's A-okay. You sound fine. You sound good. We're ready to go. Aaron Nola pitched well against the Padres the last time out. Was there anything from that game that you take away from Nola to feel like, okay, maybe he's starting to kind of figure something out here?
Well, I think I mentioned to you that he usually pitches well in San Diego and not to be worried about that because, I think he's confident there. Made me wonder if a little bit had to do with his confidence. He was perhaps because San Diego was traditionally known as a place where the ballpark played bigger. He felt a little bit more confident there. So I'd really like to see how he does at home. I don't know if it was just a confidence issue last time, but, I think when he's been good this season, he's been really good at basically painting around the plate, and the challenge system does work against him a little bit when he does so. But once you get the other team through their 2 challenges, then you're kind of golden. So if I were him, I would sit all around the plate and just really do his best to sort of paint every edge because he when he's successful this year, that's what he's doing.
We know that the offense has been a major problem. It was a problem in L.A. against the Dodgers. It wasn't even all that good against the Padres when they got the sweep out there. But, we don't – I guess I'll ask you it this way. It's June 2nd now. Is this the offense until July 31st, or do you see some tweaks, some promotions, minor trade, or just riding this out until August 31st?
Yeah, this is a really, really tough one here because the Phillies don't have a lot of AAA that they can count on. I mean, unless they're going to just keep cycling among the Baroa, Reyes, Kemp trio that they've kind of used in that one roster spot this time. I mean, they don't have a lot to work with down there at AAA. Now, Gabriel Rincones is someone who was pretty high on my radar last spring, and then I thought that this spring was a really good opportunity for him to show that he could rise and contribute to the big league club. Rincones has been out with an injury. He missed all of spring training. He rehabs a little bit at Class A, and he just got back to AAA last week. So maybe if he's able to show them something early on, because we know that he's got a lot of power, and you could throw him in a corner spot in the outfield. But he's another lefty. So I mean, the dearth of right-handed bats is just something that the Phillies just have not been able to address. And to be honest, though, most of Major League Baseball is dealing with the same thing. So the Phillies have to be really strategic here. I'm actually one for seeing what you can do in terms of a waiver claim or something like that. Maybe take a chance on somebody that failed somewhere else. I would consider those possibilities at this point because, really, you have that roster spot that you're just not getting anything out of right now. And in fact, I was really surprised they didn't even give Stuart Baroa a start over Adolis Garcia, this past weekend, just to get him some at bats and to give Garcia a break because I think he's someone who needs a couple of days off, like Alec Boehm needed a couple of days off earlier this season.
Well, he got a day off yesterday, so we'll see if that one day off helps him. He's in the middle of like a 3 for 57 slump, struck out 30 times during that time. Now the calendar flips to June. Maybe that gets him going. I know Phillies Friday asked you what's the solution to the lack of hitting that this team is so wildly inconsistent, but let's look specifically in right field. We had a similar conversation about Max Kepler last year, and they eventually platooned him in right field. What's a possible answer for Garcia, or do you just ride that one out?
I mean, you just have to ride it. I mean, it's not like the Phillies have a ton of left-handed bats on the bench that they could throw out there and platoon with him, right? I mean, Marsh is now playing every day, and then the left field platoon, therefore kind of went away. You're already kind of trying to find ways not to play Justin Crawford against some lefties on that side. I don't even know. They just don't have the pieces. I mean, Stuart Baroa, never really hit in his minor major league appearances so far. Minor leagues, he's done pretty well this year, but are they going to give him some playing time, or is he not really considered somebody who's much of a prospect? So is he there mainly as sort of a backup outfielder that's just going to come in a pinch? But, I mean, one of the problems, too, is the Phillies have 3 catchers on the roster right now, which I think they kind of need given JT Realmuto's earlier injury. And then now that he got hit in the hand, you want to make sure that he's all right before you cut one of those catchers. I mean, this is a really tough spot. They're kind of hamstrung in a few ways. So I don't even know where you find. I guess Edmundo Sosa, throw him out there. Put Marsh in right, and then right. Edmundo Sosa left some more. But even that, I mean, I think we see it every year. Edmundo Sosa has some really good streaks off the bench, but then you play him every day almost, and then he's overexposed, and then he doesn't do as well. So I don't know that even that's a solution. So this roster is quite flawed, and I'm not sure what the answer is.
What'd you make of the decision on Saturday night to hit for Marsh in the 6th with Sosa? He struck out the first time, he hits the home run, but what's the messaging there?
The only thing that I could think of, well, overall, I was not a fan personally. I mean, I think if you're going to commit to him to be Marsh to be the starter, and look, whether it's him or one of the righties on the roster, no one's really hitting much more than him against righties anyway. I mean, against lefties anyway. So I personally probably would have rolled with Marsh. Now, the only caveat is he had just gotten over his little hand injury. So, did they feel like that particular hand on the bat was still, it was kind of a dual decision where they were a little worried about the hand too. Then, okay, maybe I get it. It didn't look good at all in the moment with Sosa's first at bat. Certainly his second at bat seems to have worked. But I was not a fan of the move in the time unless he was still being bothered by that hand, and they figured this was a good time to swap him out.
Frank Klose answers your Phillies mailbag questions. Let's go to Ed's question, who wants to know, who do you got for Phillies MVP in the month of May?
Well, to me, this one I thought was actually kind of easy. I think that answer is clearly Christopher Sanchez. I'm pretty sure he's going to win the National League Pitcher of the Month award, and if he doesn't, he deserves it. But I think, the fact that the Phillies played as well as they did in the month of May, a lot of that is on his back. And, of course, he is not allowed an earned run in the entire month of May, and his WAR for the month. Usually we talk about a player with a 6 WAR season. They're an all-star. Well, he had 3.3 in just the month of May alone, which is absolutely elite. And so I think that you have to focus on him. And if we're just talking about the pitching stats, we can, but we know that Aaron Nola has struggled at times. Andrew Painter also struggled at some times. And the two of them have had starts that are shorter starts. And, well, what happens when you have starters go short games? Well, then you need to rely too much on the bullpen. Sanchez has, in a way, helped solve that as well by going really deep in games. 7 innings twice. The rest of his starts were 8, and then he had a complete game shutout as well. So Sanchez really took a lot of the burden off of the bullpen at the same time. And not to mention, when the Phillies are not scoring that many runs, you feel pretty good, even with the small lead, when Christopher Sanchez is pitching. So it kind of took a lot of the pressure off of the Phillies offense as well. So I think all around that we talk about starting bullpen offense, all of it is successful because of Christopher Sanchez. So to me, he's the MVP.
Yeah, you can also make a case for Zach Wheeler, too. I mean, his return to the team seems to have at least filled the void by every time his spot in the rotation came up. It was a Taijuan Walker spot, and that was a loss. I think they were 6-0 when Wheeler pitched until he lost the game the other night. So Wheeler obviously coming back has really at least stabilized that extra spot in the rotation.
Huge. I mean, addition by addition, and also addition and subtraction, because those are no longer Taijuan Walker starts. So
thank God.
That that was a double whammy for the Phillies. They've gotten such great play out of Zach. And honestly, you didn't know what you were going to get out of Zach Wheeler coming off the thoracic outlet syndrome surgery.
Yeah.
So you can't say enough about how he's pitched. And then when you consider what he replaced, and then the trickle down effects to the bullpen, pitching a lot of innings. I mean, that was just a huge shot in the arm for this team. And you know what? As much as the offense has struggled, I mean, the pitching has kept them right there. So I mean, it's really incumbent then upon the Phillies to make sure that they can do something about that in the upcoming weeks.
This is an interesting question that I definitely want to get your thoughts on and hear about from Rob. How confident are you in the MLB plus the Phillies starting on time in 2027? The MLB made their first proposal. It has been shot down by the players.
Yeah, so you finally started to see in the last week some of the first exchange of proposals from both the MLB Players Association side and from the MLB owners side as well. The thing that's really the dividing line for me, that the players are dead set against a salary cap being implemented, and the owners seem to want to implement a salary cap, and are pretty strong in their resolve on that one as well. That alone, I think, is enough to maybe delay next year's starting. And you know, again, by the way, the Players Association has a new rep. Tony Clark left just recently, left that role. And so, you know, with new negotiators, I have a really hard time seeing this starting on time. In fact, when I was down in spring training this spring, you know, just talking to Philly staff, you know, I heard whispers of there being a fund being accumulated to help workers should there be a shutdown. It sounds like that they were almost operating as if there was going to be a shutdown of some sort next spring. You know, maybe not get the traditional spring training we're used to and the right timeline that we're used to. So, I mean, we could be in for a delay here, I think, and that's such a big gap. I mean, the salary cap, no salary cap. I mean, I think that's going to be a really hard thing to overcome. And you know, but by the way, just as a side note with that, I think it underscores even more that the Phillies absolutely have to do something this year and make it count, because, you know, on a few fronts, right? Because this core is not getting any younger, and you know, you just re-signed Kyle Schwarber and JT Realmuto because you were trying to win. So, well, you have to win then while you can with this group. And then beyond that, I mean, this is all eyes are in Philadelphia. The All-Star game is in Philadelphia this year. It's the country's semi-quincentennial. So you've got so much happening in the city of Philadelphia. Like this is a year the Phillies need to win, and especially if there's going to be a work stoppage. I mean, even after the '93 team, right? That there was a lot of disappointed fans even beyond that '94 strike, because the Phillies, even when the Phillies went to the World Series the year before, but. You know, I think they need to make this count, or this is going to be a little tough helping get people back on board after a long work stoppage, as we saw in '94.
Well, Frank, that would be miserable to see that happen, and I agree. Like, I don't know how baseball, with all the positivity, all the momentum, the ratings, the TV, everything, the way it's moving forward, how you could advise those players to allow this to get to a point where they have to sit out and miss any time whatsoever. But you're right. It sounds like it could be going in that direction. The salary cap thing, I don't know. For the first time ever, it feels like fans are more on the owner's side with this situation, doesn't it?
Yeah, in some respects, yes. You know, I think they see the disparity around the league. I mean, you know, Pittsburgh's been playing decent this year, but do they really have a shot to win anything right now? And when's the last time they did? You know, a small market like Pittsburgh. I mean, you know, in Andrew McCutchen's heyday when he was an MVP, they did make some playoff runs and won in the high 90s a couple times. But then they lost essentially all those players because they went on to other teams that could pay them a little bit more. So, you know, you hate to see these smaller markets with smaller TV deals, and that's another thing too, Mike. The TV contracts are an absolute mess right now with everybody cutting the cord. You know, that they're not able, those cable TV deals that were made, you know, you saw one of the major carriers of Major League Baseball games filing for bankruptcy, and it's a big mess right now. So there's a lot to work out, especially in the name of parity, in order to keep the big team. I mean, look at the Dodgers, of course. They just signed Kyle Tucker this offseason, and I don't know what else to call that signing, but just obnoxious, right? I mean, they've already won 2 World Series in a row, and they throw an extreme amount of money for a very good player, but just to keep him away from other teams. And I think that was perhaps a little bit too much for some fans. I mean, it seems like everything is stacked. You know, if I'm a fan and that's not in a major market, especially, I might be really, really annoyed right now at the whole situation and the way that the Dodgers are allowed to throw money around like that.
Well, I will say I agree with you with the Dodgers, but they seem to be the outlier. You know, from my experience, it seems that you have a lot of money and it just gives you free reign to make more bad decisions and just throw bad money on top of bad money, and you end up with the New York Mets. So generally people who can overspend will make multiple bad decisions and try to cover up with more bad decisions. And people who can't spend freely come up with creative ways to overcome the spending obstacles. You have the Dodgers as an outlier, big money, smart decisions. And then you have the Mets, who usually end up with an open checkbook and bad money on top of bad money. And you got the Rays and you got the Brewers. I mean, yeah, it's frustrating, but the way it's set up is those middle market teams are all in the same division. So they're really only battling with each other. And then once you get to the playoffs, it's all hands on deck, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's fair to say. Although I will say the new Mets ownership, he did not inherit a really good product, and he's been trying to spend his way out of that mess. And it's just not something that
he's tried to spend his way out of the mess and just made it more of a mess.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they were going to be better. I think they are better than they've been this season. But but look at the Marlins though, or the Nationals. Are they just in some weird limbo where there's no hope? I mean, at least with the Mets, you know that there's money there to give you some hope that you can turn this around. I like, if I'm a Marlins fan and we see the lack of attendance in Miami, even the Nationals. I mean, that's a pretty big market, Washington D.C. They're not doing much of anything, and they're just kind of just stuck in this perpetual limbo now, and it seems like there's no way out of it. So I could see that being why some fans might be very much on the side of the owners here, because they feel like their owner is not able to compete on that level. But yeah, you're right. Some of these teams have been very creative. I mean, look at the Tampa Bay Rays.
Yep.
You know, right now, first place in the AL East. I mean, they've been particularly creative over the years at what they've been able to do. But I don't know. It just seems like some markets are just.
I think anything as we wrap up here, Frank. I think the cap is not as a necessity as a floor. You just need more of a floor to bring those teams up more. You got the Dodgers going to keep spending $400+ million. You can't have the low team spending $75 million. I think if they just came to a compromise and said, forget the cap, but let's have a floor, that would probably help more than anything.
I agree with you there a lot. That's been something we've been talking about forever. I remember even when Gary Sheffield was playing, someone was like, "Oh yeah, he makes more than the Marlins now." You know, so I mean, this is. And then every time like an Alex Rodriguez would come along, oh, he makes as much as the Marlins now. You know, it's been nonstop, and so yeah, I would agree with you there. And I think maybe if there's room for compromise, maybe that's it. So the more that revenue is spent, or maybe the way that they figure out how to split the revenue between the players and the owners, that might be the way to do it to assure that money's being spent. Because some of these teams. In the smaller markets are collecting their revenue sharing, and they're not doing anything with it.
All right, Frank Klose, everybody's back next week with another Phillies mailbag. They play the Padres tonight. Thank you, Frank.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, Frank's, of course, his Phillies mailbag. You can hit us up each and every week on the Phillies mailbag at Frank Klose with a K. All right, when we come back, the Cy Young Awards odds have been put out for after 2 months of baseball. Find out where Christopher Sanchez and Zach Wheeler sit. That's coming up next. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. This hour of the show, it is brought to you by the law offices of Craig A. Altman.
Listen, if you get injured, a car accident, something bad happens, you want to make sure you have Howie Roseman level help, someone who's got a game plan to take on the insurance companies. That's the law offices of Craig A. Altman, 856-327-8899. You pay nothing unless they win on Delsey Drive in Vineland, backed by a Philly law firm that knows how to win. 856-327-8899, or visit them online at craigaltmanlaw.com.
All right, taking a look at the Cy Young updates after 2 months of baseball. Christopher Sale, plus 1,000. Shohei Ohtani, plus 750. Paul Skeens, plus 450. Jacob Mizorowski, plus 190. And Christopher Sanchez, plus 165. Live on a Tuesday, Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN this hour brought to you by Broadley's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Call them at 609-390-3907. Online, broadleys.net. Supposed to have a little humidity this week, which I could do without. Hey, don't forget, Thursday, we're live at Ventnor Social, the place to watch the Phillies for day baseball. Us, Sports Bash, will be live at Ventnor Social this Thursday, and it's another chance for you to stop on out and sign up to win that trip to Baltimore to see the Phillies play the Orioles at Camden Yards. So stop out this Thursday for our live show. Phillies Fastball is coming up in about a half an hour from now. Sal Paolantonio joined us to discuss the Eagles trade of A.J. Brown. What does Sal Pal think about the trade? How did we get here?
Well, he clearly wanted out. This was driven by A.J. Brown. This was not driven by the Philadelphia Eagles, Mike. Let's make that perfectly clear to every member of your listening audience. Brown wanted out, and the Eagles wanted to keep him. For the longest time, they tried to convince him to stay, but he wanted to leave. So this was driven by A.J. Brown. He was unhappy with the number of targets he was getting. He was unhappy with the passing game. He was just unhappy, and he couldn't get over the discontent that he had. Obviously, the relationship with Jalen Hurts soured. We could all see it. It played out in real time. No matter what any player says or what Jalen Hurts says, it's clear he went from being, such a close member of his, circle of friends to the point where, he was the godfather of A.J. Brown's child, to the point where, things just sort of broke down completely. So that's part of it. There's no question. But this was A.J. Brown driven. This was not Jalen Hurts driven. It was not Nick Sirianni driven. It wasn't Howie Roseman. It wasn't Jeffrey Lurie. And Brown was, a member of the team that was well liked. He was well liked within the locker room. If you remember that report that I did, where Brown went to Jeffrey Lurie on the sideline, and Big Dom sort of mediated a conversation between the two of them, where Brown said he would no longer embarrass the team, promised to do that to Jeffrey Lurie right on the sideline in practice last year. That was all part of, listen, the ownership likes A.J. Brown. The staff likes A.J. Brown. He's liked within the locker room. Let's try to fix this. And it never could get fixed.
So it could not get fixed. They could not find a way to get him back. They could not find him a way to get to another team. Was New England the only option here? And is that why, I don't know, Sal, did you like the compensation? Did they get enough for a player like A.J. Brown?
Well, Michael, another thing happened today that is interconnected with the A.J. Brown trade, and that is the Los Angeles Rams traded for Myles Garrett. They gave up Jared Verse. They gave up a first, a second, and a third-round pick. Now, the Rams were interested in A.J. Brown, but once they realized that they could get Myles Garrett and keep Devontae Adams and use that first-round pick on Myles Garrett instead of A.J. Brown, that removed the Rams from the equation and reduced the leverage that the Eagles had. And they had to settle for what New England gave them, which is a first-round pick in 2028. It's all connected. It's the dominoes falling into place. The Chiefs were never going to give up a first-round pick for A.J. Brown. It simply was not going to happen. They're trying to rebuild their defense. They spent all their draft capital in the early rounds on defense. They understand that for them to get back to the Super Bowl, around Patrick Mahomes, the Kansas City Chiefs had to rebuild their defense. I thought they would be interested in Myles Garrett, but they weren't. So really, what other teams could have been in play? Maybe Houston, but I don't think so. There was some other talk about other teams that might get involved. but maybe Baltimore, once they got out of the Max Crosby deal, they had draft picks that they could use to get A.J. Brown. But you got to remember this. A.J. Brown and Mike Vrabel are close. And I think Brown really wanted to go to New England. And I think the Eagles wanted to make him happy.
Yeah, it seems that was one of the things here that maybe hurt the Eagles' leverage it here was that A.J. wanted to go here, right? He wanted to go to New England, and they end up, acquiescing to him to some extent here. They get the 2028 first-round pick. But you're right, because the Myles Garrett thing, that is a massive move by the Rams that really pushes the Tide firmly in their direction as the favorite in the NFC. Do you agree?
Well, I mean, you have to agree with me that it was part of the domino of the A.J. Brown deal. Once the Rams were no longer interested, were interested in getting Myles Garrett and realized they could, they had to get out of the A.J. Brown thing. I mean, that's clearly interconnected. You agree with me on that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I talked about it for a while, was that I don't love the compensation, but if you flip the compensation and you yourself got involved on Myles Garrett, then okay. Because to me, Sal, and I don't know if you agree with me or not, I trade A.J. Brown, and I'm no better in 2026. I have Super Bowl aspirations, and I just lost A.J. Brown, and I'm not going to get better because of trading A.J. Brown for 2 more seasons. That's tough to swallow, I think, don't you?
Yes, it is. I think it's difficult. There's no question. The Eagles took a step back in that regard. There's no question about it. There's the old saying, addition by subtraction, and to some degree that's true.
Very, very
because
fair.
Because they don't have a disgruntled wide receiver on their hands anymore. However, you're right, Mike. There's addition by subtraction in terms of the psychology of the football team, if you will. But in terms of the dynamics on the field, whether they can deliver a Super Bowl, losing A.J. Brown and picking up Mekhi Lemon in the draft as his possible replacement, I'm not sure about that. And we can get into the X's and O's about that in particular, because I think it's a very important point. But let me go back to the question that you asked me about the Rams. The Rams are all in. It's Super Bowl or bust. They've got a 38-year-old quarterback in Matthew Stafford on their hands. They realize they're in an arms race with the Seattle Seahawks. It's Les Snead, the GM of the Rams, against John Schneider, the GM of the Seahawks, who just delivered a Super Bowl to Seattle. The NFC West is an arms race. The championship windows that are open in the NFC are as follows.
Yeah.
Rams 1, Seattle 2, San Francisco 3, Philadelphia 4, Green Bay, and maybe Dallas. And by the way, tangentially, parenthetically, boy, did the Dallas Cowboys get ripped off in the Micah Parsons trade when you consider what the Cleveland Browns got for Myles Garrett, no?
I saw that, and I thought the same thing. I also saw how much the Colts gave up for Sauce Gardner. I mean, you're talking about Myles Garrett here. Would you have been interested, because there was some thought that the Eagles made calls and maybe Jalen Carter would have had to been the piece. Would that have been too much if you're the Eagles?
Well, the Eagles are a different situation than the Rams, right? Because the Rams are all in because they have a 38-year-old quarterback. They put all their chips into the middle of the table and said, this is our year. 1. 2, they're competing with the Super Bowl champs in a division that is very strong. And you look at them last year, they were on the doorstep of going back to the Super Bowl, but Seattle shut the door in their face.
Yeah.
And they realize in order to beat Seattle, they got to go out and they got to get Trent McDuffie to play corner, and they got to get Myles Garrett, and they got to get the defense on par with Seattle's defense, be able to go after Sam Darnold by rushing 4 and dropping 7 into coverage and try to do to Seattle what Seattle did to them. That's what this is all about, as far as the Rams are concerned.
Well,
but you got to be careful what you wish for, because the Packers got a defensive end last year in Micah Parsons and he wound up getting hurt, and it ended the Packers' season. So, I mean, it's a very difficult and delicate balance if you're spending, and this is so important for people to understand. When you spend that much draft capital on a non-quarterback, it's a huge gamble, Mike.
Well, if you spend the draft capital that Green Bay spent, I think that the Rams lucked out here. And now they trade Verse, who's a very good player, but they trade a 1, a 2, and a 3 in all different years. So they're not getting whacked all at this in the same draft.
No, they aren't, but they traded Verse and they get Myles Garrett. And it is a huge, I think, still a huge risk for sure. Yeah. I mean, to me, the Rams are close. I mean, they were in the NFC Championship game last year. They're closer than the Eagles. We can agree on that.
I agree on that. And the fact that now, Sal, by the way, I don't know what your plans were this summer, probably hanging out with Johnny G down the shore here, but I know what you're going to have to do now. You will definitely be at an Eagles joint practice because that thing's going to be a circus.
Yeah, where is that practice, by the way? Have they established that yet? Is that going to be in Foxborough or South Philly?
It will be in Foxborough.
Okay. Well,
I don't have the dates for that yet. I don't see a date released on that.
Because if it was in South Philly, I could commute from Ocean City.
Exactly. But it will be in Foxborough.
It's all about Johnny G and the Grinder team at Burger Realty and making sure that we get our Uncle Bill's pancakes and we go. Then you get in the car and you drive up the Parkway and up the Bill Anderson Expressway and you get to NovaCare. So, but the bottom line is that, and don't forget now, the Rams come in week 4, and
that was my follow up is you're going to have a joint practice with AJ Brown, and then you got to see Myles Garrett in week 4, and you, as the Philadelphia Eagles, have no new toys of that extent.
Yeah, so we can talk about the X's and O's of the wide receiver roster for this Philadelphia Eagles team now that Brown is officially gone. Because it's very important for Eagles fans to remember this number.
Okay.
A.J. Brown played snaps on the outside as an outside wide receiver. He lined up on the outside 92.7% of the time last year. That was the most in his career. Mekhi Lemon is not going to be able to do that. He's an undersized rookie wide receiver. He's not going to be your X receiver in this offense 92% of the time. Who is going to be that guy?
Right. Yeah.
Is it Dontavian Wick? That's a huge jump in snaps and responsibility for a guy who was a career backup in Green Bay.
No.
And he's only 6'1", and he's smaller in stature than A.J. Brown.
By the way,
this is an important thing for everybody's looking at Sean Mannion and its impact on Jalen Hurts. But if you take A.J. Brown out of the equation, and he played 92.7% of his snaps as an outside wide receiver last year, and you have to find somebody who's going to play that spot, who can dictate a matchup from the X position in this offense. And that's what this offense has been since Bill Walsh invented it.
Yeah. By the way, the Eagles will play in the Patriots in the preseason on Saturday, August the 22nd. They will have joint practices leading up to that game. So the week of August what would that be? The week of August 16th to the 22nd, somewhere in there, you will be in Foxborough, okay?
Probably the whole week.
I would imagine. I mean, listen, I like, and the Eagles have been planning for this, right? They've obviously made the move to plan for it, but it's hard to say how they can replace him because, Sal, do we both agree that the offense, probably for a good reason, will not look like it has looked the last couple of seasons?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to get across to you is that it's obviously difficult to replace A.J. Brown in that spot. But Mike, he was an unhappy, underperforming wide receiver. Let's establish that.
Well, the underperforming part is, I feel, very interesting here. Are the Eagles trying to get out of him a year before? We see wide receivers plummet from 1,500-yard guys to 500-yard guys in the blink of an eye. So do they say, you know what, we're okay because we see the decline?
I didn't think the decline was related to his unhappiness. I think we can agree on that without being armchair psychologists. It's pretty clear.
Mm-hmm.
So, he's going to be 29 on June 30th.
Yep.
All right. And I guess it was about a month ago where I said to you these words. Was A.J. Brown going to be really on the Eagles roster at age 31 or age 30?
Right. No.
Probably not.
Probably not. What?
So they got what they could out of him in terms of a trade a year earlier. But you still have to figure out how to run this offense without him. And I would imagine I've only made a cursory look at wide receivers that are out there, but I would imagine they still have to bring in another wide receiver at some point this summer, a veteran wide receiver, a veteran safety, a veteran wide receiver, and maybe another pass rusher. Howie Roseman's never done. He's the GM that never sleeps, and I think he will continue to tinker with this roster, and they'll try to figure out how to make this offense, which is being changed on the fly with different personnel, work.
You've covered many Eagles seasons. A.J. Brown, 4 seasons. How impactful was his tenure for the Philadelphia Eagles? That was a home run trade, right?
Yes, absolutely. Bottom line is Howie Roseman on draft day got A.J. Brown. His sole purpose was to help bring a Super Bowl trophy to Philadelphia, and he did that. Mm-hmm. He brought a Super Bowl championship to Philadelphia, and he made a lot of money. He had 2 extensions of $100 million, and he shouldn't cry about anything. Really, honestly, he shouldn't.
No, you're right.
He shouldn't be unhappy. He shouldn't be unhappy about a single thing. I think the Eagles are the ones that should be a little bit unhappy about the way this whole thing, resolved itself. But in the end, they did what they had to do to try to make everybody happy and make this work.
All right. A.J. Brown is now in New England. By the way, Howie Roseman will talk to reporters at some point today. So that could be happening any moment now. So we'll see what he has to say about that. As A.J. Brown is reunited with Mike Vrabel in New England, the Eagles get a first-round pick in 2028 and a fifth-round pick in next year's draft. When you heard that Waddle trade, did you think the Eagles would have gotten more?
Yeah, maybe. I really didn't calculate that. I think the bottom line is that once the Rams were out, the Eagles' hands were tied. I think once the Rams decided, okay, we can take this first-round pick that we might give up for A.J. Brown and put it in a package to get Myles Garrett, that works for us because we already have Devontae Adams, and they gave Devontae Adams the money that they owed him. They had to really make that trade before they gave Devontae Adams that guaranteed bonus.
Well, Sal Powell, I know we all knew this day was coming, and here it is, and A.J. Brown is out, and the Eagles now will move on without him. 2020 Eagles. So no A.J. Brown. Do they have enough replacement to be a successful team? Well, the Rams went out and made the big move of the day. They got Myles Garrett today. Woo, baby. He'll be here in week number 4. Sal Powell will be in New England, I'm sure, on August the 28th or the 22nd, the week of, with all the reports from the Eagles joint practices. Well, Sal, I appreciate you jumping on this Monday, man.
I mean, that's okay, Mike. When the schedule came out, you and I went through the wins and the losses, and we did that knowing that Brown would be gone. And I said to you right at the beginning of that broadcast, and I want to repeat it now because I think it's important for everybody listening to understand that it doesn't really impact what I think will happen this year with this football team. This season, the Eagles have the easiest strength of schedule of any of the NFC teams that made the playoffs last year. That's so important for people to remember. Okay. And that, in my opinion, should allow the Eagles to win the NFC East for the 3rd straight year and be in serious competition for the number 1 seed in the NFC.
Love it. All right. Well, we will talk soon. We know that the Eagles have OTAs, and then the mandatories next week. So a lot of Eagles stuff between now and the next 2 weeks here. ESPN Sal Palantonio, everybody, here on the Sports Bash. Sal, thanks, bud.
You got it, Mike.
All right. There you go. You heard it from Sal, his thoughts on the trade. He said this trade was because A.J. Brown wanted out. And A.J. Brown did speak today. He was at Patriots practice. 3 o'clock hour brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning. Broadlee's is a trusted source for heating, plumbing service, and installation. Call 609-390-3907. Visit broadlees.net. We got Phillies fastball on the way as they get ready to take on the Padres. They swept the Padres a week ago. Phillies sit at 30-29. This is game 60. So there's still about 100 games left to go. 102 to be exact after tonight. They'll play the Padres, who were 32-26. Big series at Citizens Bank Park as the Phillies try to get back on their winning ways after a loss out in L.A. against the Dodgers. We'll talk about that and more. Phillies fastball. Jeff Kerr joins me coming up next. All right, 328 Sports Bash Live. Don't forget Thursday we're live at Ventnor Social. We'll be live at Ventnor Social for another Phillies game watch party as the Phillies take on the San Diego Padres. It'll be Phillies and Padres for the game on Thursday. You can come out and see the show. And don't forget, when you come out there, you can enter to win a road trip to Camden Yards. And that road trip is for the game on July 31st. We have a bus trip going down to Camden Yards. You'll be on the bus. Stop by Ventnor Social Thursday for our Sports Bash Phillies watch party and enter to win a trip to Camden Yards in Baltimore to see the Phillies play the Orioles on July 31st. In the meantime, get out to Ventnor Social tonight and check out the Phils and the Padres, plus the Stanley Cup Finals. And tomorrow night, the NBA Finals begin. You can listen to the Stanley Cup and the NBA Finals right here on 97.3 ESPN. Phillies fastball today. We'll talk with Jeff Kerr. No Oscar today for the fastball, just Jeff. But we'll have some good conversation on this one. As the Phillies get ready to take on the Padres, these are two teams that are very similar. I think the Phillies have better pitching than the Padres, and the Padres don't hit much. I thought this was interesting. The Phillies have one of the worst offenses in all of baseball. That can't be denied. The Padres' offense is almost as bad. You got Nick Castellanos hitting in the 5-hole. Think about that. The Phillies have scored 230 runs. The Padres have scored 227 runs. And we think about the Phillies pitching, we think they're better than the Padres. The Phillies have given up more runs than the Padres have. Think about that. The Phillies have actually given up more runs than the Padres have, but they've scored more runs than the Padres. Yet the Padres have a better record than the Phillies, but the Phillies swept the Padres. So this is an interesting matchup. Let's look at it right now. Jeff Kerr is in the house, Phillies fastball, and of course, you can check out all his work, 973ESPN.com, Sports Illustrated, and everywhere else you can read Jeff Kerr as he joins me right now for today's Phillies fastball. What's going on, Jeff?
Not much, Mike. Just saw the lineup here and just evaluating it. Dallas Garcia batting 8th.
Yeah, let's go to the lineup real quick. It just came out. It's Schwarber, Turner, Harper, Marsh in the 4-hole, Bohm 5, Stott 6, Crawford up to 7, Adolis Garcia 8, and then Stubbs. I guess that means that Real Muto's hand is still a problem there, but Garcia all the way down to the 9-hole here.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting lineup for sure. Look, I kind of like having Brandon Marsh in cleanup, but again, that's what we talked about the other day on Phillies fastball, Mike. Lefty, lefty, lefty. But I guess you got to optimize what you can right now with this team. And look, you just don't have a cleanup here. We've said this on this show for 2 months now. They just don't have one. They thought Adolis Garcia would be that early in the season. He's 3 for his last 57. Doesn't look like he's it. JT Realmuto is definitely not.
Think about that comment. Think about that comment. 3 for his last 57.
It's hard to do. It is.
Hard to do. And by the way, it's not only that he's 3 for his last 57, 30 of those outs are strikeouts. That is, I think, the big part of it.
Yeah, that's the big one. And, when I was looking at those numbers a couple days ago, I'm like, he's been bad. But this isn't even he can't catch a break bad. This is just he's bad. And I did not think he'd be this bad this season. I think he's been better than advertised defensively. But if someone would have told me Adolis Garcia would be hitting under 200 with an under 600 OPS going into June 2nd, I would have told them they were crazy. Like, I would have guessed like maybe 220 with a 650 OPS. But you're getting the worst of Adolis Garcia. This is a big swing and a miss, pun intended.
Yeah, and, we talked a little bit about it yesterday, and I don't know if you slept on it and come up with any ways that they could fix this, because I asked it this way, Jeff. It's June the 2nd. The calendar is June 2nd. You still have almost 2 full months to the trade deadline. Are you going to keep rolling him out there, or do they have to do something between now? Because last year, it felt like we were having this conversation, but insert Max Kepler's name in there.
Yeah, and the Max Kepler thing was worse because he was the left-handed bat, and we talked about another lefty in the lineup. This is a right-handed bat. And the thing is, Mike, this is where I think it gets tricky. So Brandon Marsh plays left. I think that's pretty clear he's the everyday guy. I think Justin Crawford should be playing every day in center. I know it's a lefty-heavy lineup. Who do you platoon Adolis Garcia with if you want to go that route?
Good question. Do you play Sosa more in left field and Marsh in right field? Do you try that at times, like, on and almost platoon Garcia and only play him against left-handed pitching?
Yeah, I almost feel like you have to, and they're not going to do it, but I would call up Otto Kemper, Felix Reyes, and say, hey, you know what? The ball's yours. Like, here it is. You get a month. Let's see what you can do.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be any worse.
Yeah, that's another option, is just to say, hey, play them primarily in left field. Now, would you play Otto Kemp or Reyes in left field full time? In other words, move Marsh to right field, and he's now your full-time right fielder. Because I would imagine, well, maybe Reyes is probably, I don't know, is he more comfortable in right or left?
See, that's the thing, right? I don't think he's comfortable in either. I know he played right field in Reading last year. He's probably more comfortable in right field. So I would assume, but he's still learning how to play left field. But the Phillies, they've been moving him at first base. They've moved him DH because, again, Keaton Anthony being hurt did not help Lehigh at all. So you couldn't even put Reyes out in left field full time. And now you got Kemp out there. He's got to play. It's a mess right now. Dylan Carlson's there.
Well, I would imagine they don't want to play Sosa out there. They obviously don't want to play Sosa every day and play him full time in left field, right?
Yeah, that would be my assumption. I just think they're in a pickle right now. They got to find a way to just kind of weather the tornado for 2 months, and it's not going to happen.
No, and you can make a strong argument right now that Garcia is giving you less in right field offensively than Castellanos did last year.
Oh, absolutely. And the only reason he has a positive WAR is because he's really good defensively. And, Mike, this was a good conversation I saw the other day. I think someone put out, what's the one stat that actually means something, like kind of determines value, the be-all, tell-all stat? And people were saying WAR. I'm like, WAR is a misguided stat, too, because Ryan Howard was a really good slugger for a lot of years, and he did not have a good WAR.
Yeah. The WAR stat to me is very fickle sometimes, based on a lot of different factors. I don't know. I don't know what one would be especially like in the situation here with Garcia. It's obvious that he's a very good defensive player. He is a guy who I'm assuming like defensive runs saved. He's probably very good in that category.
Yeah, he's in the positive. And, there is one thing I really like about him. Like, he's not letting his at-bats at the plate determine how he plays in the field.
Yeah, no, he's been very good. And that's why I wonder, do you keep him around as a fourth outfielder, a late inning outfielder that he can go back and play right field? Because if you're going to bring up a Kemp or a Felix Reyes, that's going to weaken your outfield. And you would put him out there, in the 7th, 8th, 9th inning when those at-bats are done, you put him out there. But do you want to constantly be playing that game almost all summer long? The big thing last year, this is where it's different, and you kind of hit on it, Jeff. Kepler was a left-handed bat, so he just didn't fit the lineup. But because Castellanos was struggling so much, you were able to platoon those guys, and then you got much more out of Kepler in the platoon role than you did from him every single day. Your point being, they just don't have anybody to now to platoon from the left side with Garcia.
And that's the thing. I thought Garcia would be an excellent platoon player here. And look, I was on board with giving him the everyday chance. But now we're 60 games into this thing, and I don't think it's going to get any better. It can't get worse than 3 for 57, can it?
No, it can't get worse. And, you've seen a lot of these minor leaguers. Like, would you think that Gabriel Rincones, like if he didn't get hurt, would he have been an option, or can he be an option?
I actually thought he was going to make the team out of spring training if he didn't have the knee issue. I thought he was going to make the team and was going to be a left-handed bat off the bench. And he's struggling right now to hit in Lehigh. But again, he's only been back a week. I think you got to give him a little more time. But I think a Rincones Garcia platoon would work if they could do that.
And he could play right field.
Yeah, he's played right field, primarily right field in Lehigh. So
you could see a scenario that, let's say 2 weeks from now, he's still struggling along. He's 6 for 75 with 35 strikeouts.
don't even get me started. Hey, 35 strikeouts might be good for him.
Yeah, that's true. That means only 5 strikeouts in the next 2 weeks, but that's not happening. But that they would call now. You've seen Rincones a little bit. Does he look like he's polished enough and ready to go to come up and play big league innings?
Not right now. I think he's still got to get his timing back. I still think he has to get into the zone a little more. I mean, look, he struggled last year in Lehigh Valley. He struggled with adjusting to AAA pitching. He struggled with adjusting to off-speed pitching, and he did not hit well last year. Hit for some power, but he also had power issues for 2 months of the season last year. It was kind of a story that got swept under the rug, because everybody was talking about Andrew Painter and Otto Kemp and Justin Crawford, and Gabriel Rincones was supposed to be part of that core. And I'm not saying he's not going to, but he took his lumps last year, and he's going to. It's going to be, but desperate times call for desperate measures, and sometimes you might just have to throw him into the fire. I don't like that solution, but what are you going to do?
I can't even, other than Dante Nori's a left-handed bat. I like Nori a lot, but quite frankly, he has struggled at Reading hitting.
And he's learning, he's changing his swing. He's learning some things. The Phillies gave him some interesting advice. I don't know if you read Charlotte Barnes' story. I recommend that. I definitely would recommend that story, but that's been in line with what I was told and what I was talking to some people about it. And look, he's still trying to figure some things out. And we know the guy can hit, but I keep trying to tell people, stop living off the World Baseball Classic. That was 2 weeks. Like, this is 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're going to have peaks and valleys, and he's having it. And Dante's got a really good head on his shoulders. It's more of, okay, how can he get out of this? And luckily, he's got a good enough lineup around him where he can afford to hit 190 in May.
Yeah. And again, I don't know that he would be ready to be the guy that platoons, because he probably would be. And that's the problem with Rincones. Do they need every day at bats to have more? Now, as the lefty, they would play more. So
I would agree.
It would be Garcia whose playing time would be cut drastically.
Yeah, and so you would get to see more Rincones. And Mike, this goes back to the offseason too. Like, I was always that guy, like, okay, like, who are you gonna get to bring in here? Right? It was, Oscar mentioned Miguel Andujar, who you're seeing tonight. Rob Reese, but none of these guys are laying the world on fire.
No, it's not. And I know we all keep trying to think outside the box at something to try to fix this up. I think right now it's probably too early to pull the trigger on a major trade, right? I mean, that's what the reality is everybody's kind of thinks they're still in this thing, and they don't want to make that big move yet. So you're kind of stuck, it feels like, with Adolis Garcia, unless they brought up Felix Reyes. That came out of right field. Like, nobody probably ever even knew who he was. So I guess it's a possibility that they can either A, give Rincones an opportunity as the left-handed bat, or B, do what you said. Just turn it over to one of those young guys and kind of move on from Garcia. I don't see that happening because of the defense.
Yeah. You know what, Mike? It's funny you brought up Reyes. So I was at a bowling tournament that weekend. He got called up. And I remember they were in, I want to say, Minnesota. And I got a couple texts. Hey, Felix Reyes coming up to the Phillies. I said, no way. There's no way he's coming up. And till you went to the source itself, you're like, you went to the people you needed to go to. And when I hear a certain thing, like certain words that you got to figure it out yourself, it's like, oh, he's coming. And it was shocking because he was only there a month. I know he hit well for a month, but I would have loved this. Like, if they would have brought Felix Reyes up now, I'd be way more on board with it than what they were a month ago. I just thought it was a no-win situation for the kid. And he's
now,
a good kid.
How has he handled going back to AAA?
He's just crushing the ball, Mike. He has a 1,300 OPS since he's been back. It's like it never happened.
Right. So it's like, I don't know, does he get another opportunity, or do you take those numbers with a grain of salt?
Yeah, I think he should get another opportunity at some point. Oscar said here too, the kid can hit. That's all he did in Reading last year. Hit. It went under the radar. Same with Lehigh. Like, people started figuring out who Felix Reyes was, I guess, in March and April when he was in the cover of the ball in spring training. I'm like, I just think you need to be more patient with these guys. And the Phillies weren't with him or Kemp. And they defended Kemp. And it might just be a manager thing, Mike. Like, there's just no role for him.
We're talking with Jeff Kurtz, Phillies fastball. We're looking at the Phillies and the Padres tonight. Schwarber, Turner, Harper, Marsh, Bohmstott, Crawford, Garcia, and Stubbs. And obviously, Real Muto with that, looks like he's got that hand contusion, is keeping him out of the lineup tonight. Aaron Nola's going tonight for the Phillies. Pitched well in San Diego the last time out. Did you notice or feel like he has kind of tweaked or changed anything with that last start? What are you hearing about Aaron Nola?
You know what, Mike? From my end of it, it looks like he's not throwing his fastball much. He threw a lot of his knuckle curve. What was it? Over like 42, 43%, something like that. He threw the knuckle curve his last start. Right. You have those numbers on you? So, like, I like that. I like how he's throwing more of his all-speed stuff. And when you get a team that can't hit the ball like the Padres and he likes pitching in Petco Park, I thought it was a really good combination. Now let's see what San Diego does to counteract him, because they're going to see him exactly a week later. Are they going to make any adjustments? Are they good enough to make any adjustments? If no one can have the start tonight like he did last week, that's a really, really good sign for this baseball team.
Yeah, they need him because we were talking earlier about this, how this all kind of coincided, this Phillies, kind of re-stabilizing their series. And we talked a lot of Oscars brought this up. Zach Wheeler getting into the rotation. They were 6-0 with Wheeler until he lost that game the other night against the Dodgers. So it just goes like he has done two things. He's given you a quality start, and he has helped the bullpen out that Taijuan Walker was absolutely, killing when he made those starts. So you had the Painter starts and the Walker starts that were really, and the Nola starts that were really hurting you.
Yeah, now it's, okay, you take what you can get out of Aaron Nola, but Aaron Nola has to be the stopper tonight after Painter had his rough start. And we talked about Painter a little bit yesterday, how his release, his fastball's just flat, right? It's like 98, but it looks like it's coming out 93, 94. And again, I preach patience with Andrew Painter as well, because he's only had 11 big league starts under his belt so far. But with Nola, I'm just hoping he can refine something, right? Because he's pitched a lot of innings for this franchise.
They better hope for 4 more years.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, Mike, would you redo what you said 2 months ago? If there was a contract you could amnesty, would it still be Turner or would you go Nola?
It would still be Turner because it's longer.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean I don't think that I think Nola will probably be less impactful over the next 4 years than Turner would be, but I still don't want to pay Turner for 7 more years.
No, I don't either. And I think that's the real issue here. There isn't any bats that can help. Like when they signed Trey Turner, they needed Trey Turner. They needed a shortstop. And this is where it's tricky. This is where it's tricky. This whole thing is tricky. And I don't envy Dave Dombrowski's job for a second, because the guy that was supposed to really put pressure on these guys this year hasn't swung a bat yet, and that's Aiden Miller.
Yep. Oh, that's a good point. I'd love to see how things would be different this year if Aiden Miller was playing well at AAA and was like, hey, guys, I'm knocking on the door. If you don't pick it up, I'm coming for your job. And that, unfortunately, has not happened.
And I think that's what the Phillies were hoping. I think that's what Aiden Miller was hoping, and it just hasn't happened. And they still think Aiden Miller's going to play this year. I still think Aiden Miller thinks he's going to play this year. But when? Is it going to be August? That's what I'm thinking.
Yikes. All right, Jeff Kerr, Phillies Fastball is back again tomorrow. We'll recap the game, Padres and Phillies. And don't forget, we'll be at Ventnor Social on Thursday for our Phillies day game watch party when the Phillies take on the Padres on Thursday afternoon. Tonight, it is Nola and Randy Velasquez. That is your pitching matchup. And then the Phillies set up with Sanchez and Wheeler to close out this series. Sanchez against Walker Buehler tomorrow. And then I think Lucas Giolito is pitching for the
Yeah.
Padres on Thursday.
If the Phillies win tonight, I really like their chances of them
Yes.
sweeping this series.
All right, man. We'll do it again tomorrow.
Yep, sounds good. Oh, by the way, I'll be at the ballpark Thursday, so maybe a post-game Phillies fastball.
Oh, sounds like a good plan. All right, we'll do that again. Yes, mark that in for the Phillies Fastball post-game edition. There's Jeff. Oscar will be back tomorrow. And, of course, Phillies Fastball is back tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, coming up, football at 4 and Knicks Nuggets. They're all on the way. All right, coming up, Adam Caplan, football at 4. What is the fallout from A.J. Brown being traded? Can the Eagles actually be better in the passing game without A.J. Brown? What will the passing game look like moving forward? We'll ask Adam Caplan coming up next. And don't forget, we've got our live show on Thursday. We'll be at Ventnor Social. Day game, Phillies baseball. Good pitching matchup. Lucas Giolito versus Zach Wheeler. So stop out and make plans to see us on Thursday for the live broadcast. Hey, let me tell you about my friends over at Clark's Moving and Storage down in Rio Grande. They moved all my stuff. They can move yours as well. If you have a big move, trust their moving company with the finest in storage and moving services. They can store your stuff and move your stuff. 609-889-0780. That's 609-889-0780 for Clark's Moving and Storage. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It is brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. The place to go for game day. Huge screens, great drinks, and all the sportsbook action you want. It's the perfect place to catch every play and celebrate every win. Matt Rife, Friday, July 24th and July 25th. Joey Diaz on August the 7th, and Sebastian Maniscalco, 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th of September, 24th, 25th, and 26th of September. Plenty of opportunities for you to see some comedy this summer at Ocean Casino. And don't forget, Football at 4, Adam Caplan. He'll be here in just a few moments, running a little later than normal for the Football at 4 today. But A.J. Brown traded. We're all looking back at it, and can the Eagles actually be a better passing game without A.J. Brown? Well, we talked a lot about that in the open today, and I do want to hear a little bit. The guys this morning during Unsportsmanlike were talking a lot about it. And how about A.J. Brown himself? A.J. Brown on the Maria Taylor. Now, she had an exclusive interview. When was this interview recorded?
Well, it had to be recorded after the trade because they mentioned the trade in the interview. So I guess she.
That doesn't mean it couldn't have been recorded a couple of days ago.
I mean, well,
a month
the way
ago, or back at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I certainly hope not. Then the NFL have a collusion case on their hands. But
well, it seemed that this thing got turned around pretty quickly.
yeah, this was definitely planned either way to be dropped this morning.
Yeah, like the fact that this is a whole conversation in itself. He gets traded. He has an interview already scheduled and ready to go.
Yes.
So it's obvious that he knew he was getting traded. Not that he wouldn't have known, but doesn't that reek of collusion?
It reeks of something illegal, unfair, or something because of the fact that if he has not just an interview ready, but he was at the facility today, Mike.
Oh, he practiced today.
Myles Garrett's not even at the Rams facility yet. And Myles Garrett got traded before A.J. Brown did.
Right. Well, yeah, A.J. was on the field today.
He's on the field right now.
In practice gear, catching passes from Drake May.
Myles Garrett's still working out at his house.
Are the Rams doing anything today?
There was something media-wise today. Les Snead spoke for a bit.
Yeah, but they don't have OTAs today.
No, but people could be in the building and work out. That's my point.
Yeah.
He could be there, getting the physical, doing all.
Well, that's different than A.J. Brown is actually on the field catching passes from Drake May because they have OTAs today, and he got traded yesterday, and he's already out there today. Now, the Eagles also have OTAs today.
Yes, they do.
Which no one's heard anything about. But
no,
Devontae Smith did talk yesterday. Howie Roseman did talk, but here's something that A.J. Brown said that I thought was pretty interesting. And he said he thought the expectations about 2025, this is what he said about that.
I think the expectations that we placed upon ourselves became too much. It's like, you have to understand this city. This city expects you to win every single year. And rightfully so, that's what we work for. But the expectations that we drilled in our brain, it's like, we have to win, we have to win, we have to win. And you can become so overly focused and start pressing. And I think this team just started to do that over a period of time because we still had great players and it was still like the same really core guys. And you added some more guys, but things just kind of just started to go left.
So he admitted that he thinks they put too much expectations on themselves and that they could not meet the expectations. It has been kind of talked about that A.J. Brown just wanted to move on for his family. It was almost as if like his wife was like, I don't want to live in Philadelphia. You need to get a new job. Like a normal Joe who works for lousy corporate place and is like, you need to get out of there. They treat you crappy, and I don't want to live here anymore. You can find another loser corporate job someplace else. We're moving. And AJ was like, okay, if you really want to move out of Philadelphia, I think I can get a job in Boston area. It was like him just being the corporate schmuck who just goes out and finds a new job because his wife was nagging him, right? I mean, wasn't that the way it sounded like the way they put that out the other day?
It was a little bit. Yeah, I get that. By the way, the Rams do have OTAs today.
Oh, okay.
Voluntary, not mandatory, voluntary.
Well, I think
but still, my point is still stands that Myles Garrett's working out at his house. AJ Brown's on the field. Like, there's got to be a little bit of chicanery going on here.
Yeah, and Myles Garrett wasn't sure that well, there's a lot of people who think that Myles Garrett, that trade, that the writing was on the wall. There was a lot of chicanery behind closed doors with the way they restructured and not restructured, but pushed back his bonus and all that stuff. And that people who, especially the Rams, that when the Rams got wind of that, they started to call and call and call and call until the Cleveland Browns decided to do something. In this situation, well, the Eagles and the Patriots seem like they have been dance partners going all the way back, almost into the season. We started to hear a little bit of murmurs about this. So now that the actual trade has been consummated, let's take a look at what about this Eagles passing game? I want to ask this question for Adam Caplan, who joined us now for Football at 4. Can they actually have a better passing game without A.J. Brown? I know it sounds ridiculous, Adam. We talked about all that he has done. He is the career leader in yards in a single season, receptions in a single season. He has 460 more yards in close contested passes than anybody else. I mean, the 4 years that he put together here are historical in Eagles lore, but can they be better without him?
Mike, good to be with you. Yeah, it's interesting. I learned my lesson and think the team can't be good or great. So I'm going to go back to 2022, right? It's the first season the Chiefs play without Tyreek Hill. I went on record, I do WHB. I'm on in Kansas City every Thursday. Have been for 8 years. And I said, there's no way, guys, I'm sorry, there's no way they're winning the Super Bowl without Tyreek Hill. I mean, and it's funny. They wound up bringing Marquez Valdez-Scantling in. Juju Smith-Schuster are still playing. Kadarius Toney, who got the Eagles in the Super Bowl. Sky Moore, who did well there, but in that game, but not very well for his career. And so what they did is, I was surprised, but they decided to play small ball. There was not a lot of explosive plays downfield. The offense would shift towards Travis Kelce, who was still playing at a high level then. And they were able to win back-to-back Super Bowls, Mike. That goes to your point. Yes, it's difficult, but you have to find a different way. Great coaching and great quarterback play, great scheming and design and getting guys open. There's a way that you do it. And if Sean Mannion could do that, I'm not saying they won't miss A.J. Brown. Of course they will. But there's another way that they can win big.
Yeah, and, listen, we were talking earlier about what he has done in Philadelphia, A.J. Brown, and I think, 1,500 yard his first season here. The last two, he was more in the 1,000-yard range. So
good.
Yeah, I mean, he was elite when he got here. He was very good the last couple of seasons. But now, moving forward, how does the passing game look different without him?
That's probably, Mike, the number one issue going forward. How coverage is going to be dictated, because with A.J. Brown on the field, you have to count for him. He's a 9-route runner. He could also run inside routes, although didn't run as many as we thought he might, because they did a bunch in Tennessee, and they may do again in New England. In fact, I know they will. But with the Eagles, we take Brown off the field. We know Devontae Smith will be their number one passing target. You asked me Friday when we talked about this, what I told you once this trade gets done, what it's going to look like. But we didn't talk enough about Devontae Smith and what he can do. He basically could do everything. If you run to run deep downfield, he could do that. If you want to be a possession receiver, he could do that. He's not only one of the most talented and tough receivers, he's one of the most unique receivers, because guys who weigh like he does, he weighs less than 170 probably. They typically can only do one thing well. These are like a deep threat. Well, he can do it. He could do everything. He could play slot. He could play the Z position. He's not. Although Nick Sirianni, Mike, says that they don't go by X, Y, and Z receivers. They just go by inside or outside receivers. But Smith could line up just about everywhere. But they don't have that physical presence as a starter opposite him. Makai, Lemon, and Smith will be your starters, barring something unforeseen by week 1. And then when they go to a 3-receiver package, what we call 11 personnel, it'll be Smith, it'll be Lemon, and Dontavian Wicks.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they want to get speed in there, now this is where it gets interesting, Mike. Brown runs the best out of all their he's the fastest. If you look at just like a 40 time, but who are you taking off the field? Like how are you putting him out there?
Right.
Are you going to put him in just an 11 personnel? Will they play some 10 with Dontavian Wicks, Smith, Lemon, and Brown? That could be interesting.
Do you think that AJ would have been a fit for what Mannion and that style of offense likes to do? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The Bang 8 play. The Bang 8, we talked about this. So Greg Cosell, who, from NFL Films, who's done our show for many years, I remember we were watching tape of AJ one year, and he goes, "Oh, that's the Bang 8 play. They love that play. That's a 3-step play action." And bang, the ball's out of his hand on a quick slant. That you could run. Every offense runs it. West Coast is a timing-based offense. You absolutely could have done that here. Yeah, it's a good question, Mike. AJ would have been a fine fit for it, but AJ was determined to want to leave. Like that's been his deal now, Mike. The entire offseason. We knew this was going to happen. We just didn't know exactly what the compensation would be. We knew it would be a first-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
And you and I haven't talked about that since the trade, because I know you and Jeff talked while it was going on, while it went down. But
yeah,
Eagles did the best that they could. I mean, getting more than a first-round pick. They wanted a 1 and a 3. I was told they got a 1 and a 5. The Patriots, for a long time, laughed at the Eagles. They were not good. They would have done a 2 and a 3. Eagles weren't going to do that. They wanted a 1. And they compromised. The Eagles gave up a 28. I mean, they're getting a 28 first-round pick, not a 27. They'll get the better of the 2 fifth-round picks. One of those picks was the Garrett Bradbury trade. The Bears needed a center, so the Patriots got a 5th back. But overall, Mike, the thought around the league is that the Eagles did pretty well, considering Brown's now 29 in a couple weeks, and there are a lot of people think he might have 2 years left in him.
Adam, with the Eagles, A.J. Brown, 1,063 yards on deep routes. It's the most in the NFL. 28 catches, 11 touchdowns on balls 50 yards or more, second best in the league.
Great at that. Yep.
How do they replace that?
All right, Mike, so schematically, they're going to do everything they can when Hollywood Brown's on the field because Jalen is a phenomenal deep ball thrower. Hurts is – what's funny about that is we didn't really know that coming out of Oklahoma. It wasn't really mentioned much, but he became, particularly in 22, the best deep thrower, one of the best deep throwers of the National Football League. So how could they bring that ball back? Well, every offense has deep throws. Even West Coast offenses could be off play action. By schematics, you're going to do everything you can to get Hollywood Brown the ball downfield. He will be their shot play guy. That's, by the way, why they signed him. That's why they guaranteed $5 billion for the season, which is, I felt a little bit rich, Mike, to be honest with you. Because I'm until we get to training camp, we're not really going to know how much he's going to play. Because Lemon's got to start. He's a rookie. Smith starts. Wicks, they guarantee $12 million over 2 years. He's got to play. And Hollywood Brown, it just depends. He'll be a situational receiver, Mike, to answer your question. He'll do that. And don't forget about Darius Cooper, our favorite from our show. We love him. He's been a great story in terms of a undrafted free agent. And Elijah Moore, who's really a slot or a Z receiver, who's a major long shot to make it. Of course, the blocking receiver, Johnny Wilson, he does one thing well, and boy, did they miss it last season. He can block.
Lastly, when you look at this offense and this new scheme, who does this help? How does it help?
Well, you got to be detailed in your route running, because the balls, if Hurts gets through the ball in time, Mike, the majority of the time, if he does this, it's going to help Lemon, because in every West Coast offense, like I put this out when the Eagles traded up to get Lemon, Mike McCarthy wanted Lemon badly because they're going to run a lot of 11 personnel, and he's to run his offense. He believed that he needed a big-time slot receiver, and Makai Lemon is that guy. It's going to help Lemon, right? There's no question in this West Coast offense Eagles are going to run. I know that they're going to blend it from the guy that they brought in as a passing game coordinator from Tampa. It comes from the Shanahan system, and Mannion, who's more from the McVay system. They're going to blend both. The slot inside receiver, as Nick Sirianni calls them. It's going to benefit Lemon and absolutely Smith. They should dominate here. Wicks will be their over-the-middle possession receiver. Hollywood Brown's is their shot play receiver. Goddard, by the way, yes, he'll be featured, no question about it. The thing is, Mike, and this is what get back to the top of our conversation. I get that they don't have A.J. Brown. You outlined the stats that are out there in terms of certain type of catches and some things that he's done. But between Wicks, Smith, Lemon, Brown, Goddard, and Stowers, he's not going to play a lot. Remember, Zach Ertz only played 41% of the snaps on offense his rookie season. Stowers may not even play that much, but he's a great athlete, and he's a move tight end. With all those pass target guys available, they're going to be okay, Mike, if they can block. And last year it wasn't their pass blocking, which was the problem, was the run blocking.
All right, Adam Caplan, there you go. What did you think? You like the compensation? You okay with that?
Mm-hmm. I asked around. Yep. Oh, yeah. Look, if the Patriots are still good, it's going to be a late first-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's it. The Rams, you got to understand, the Chiefs were not in it. No matter what was out there was nonsense. Jaguars were not in it. Chiefs were not in it. They may have had a conversation, but they were truly not in it. The Rams were severely in it, big time in it, but they dropped out, okay, months ago. It was just the Eagles and the Patriots in the Brown deal. If Elliott Wolf backed out, who knows what would have happened, Mike? I would have tried to trade him.
What about the Garrett deal?
That was real in terms of their talks with him. I told our Patreon members last night, as I told them last spring, because I told them this is real, that their interest last year. I said the problem is I was told the Browns absolutely positively will not entertain any talks. This was last year at this time, no matter how much Garrett wanted out. And I give Andrew Berry credit this credit. He was at least willing to listen. And then they kept telling, nope, that's not going to do it. It's not going to do it. And then they got their match. But you know what? It makes the Rams, not that they weren't, the odds makers had them as the prohibitive favorite. Their odds now are, they've been shortened up, Mike, depending which book, anywhere from plus 450 to plus 600 to win the Super Bowl. So it's going to be harder. There's no question it's going to be harder when you put Myles Garrett, and the Eagles will see him 1 o'clock Eastern in week number 4.
Yes, he will. He'll be in Philly. And by the way, the Eagles will be in Foxborough for a preseason game and a joint practice.
Yeah, I should be there.
August 16th. Yes, we will have Adam Caplan, of course, for Football at 4 on Friday. Eagles continuing OTAs, mandatories next week. Adam, appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
Adam Caplan, everybody, Football at 4. And, of course, our Football at 4 each and every day on the Sports Bash Live at 4 o'clock. It is brought to you by our friends over at the Ocean Casino Resort Fanatics Sportsbook. Big screens, big bets, game day hits different at Ocean Casino. And make sure you check out tonight. You've got, oh boy, Stanley Cup Championship. That begins tonight. And the NBA Finals begin tomorrow. You got Phillies tonight, tomorrow. Thursday afternoon, you can stop out and see the Phillies. We will be over at Ventnor Social. So plenty of great sponsors of ours airing Phillies sporting events. Football at 4 every day on the Sports Bash. Jeff Mosher, we told you yesterday as the trade happened, Mosher in real time, we'll get his thoughts on how it all fits now tomorrow on Football at 4. All right, Nuggets on the way here on the Sports Bash. Kevin Cooney tonight at 5 o'clock. He's got a big month in Philly sports in the month of June. We'll tell you about that, and we'll get his thoughts on A.J. Brown leaving Philadelphia in our latest Cooney report. That's tonight at 5 o'clock right here on the Sports Bash. All right, Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. What's going on, everybody? Mike Gill with you on a Tuesday. Thursday. We're going to be live over at Ventnor Social for the Phillies day game watch party. Phillies line up tonight against the San Diego Padres. Schwarber, Turner, Harper, Marsh, Bohm, Stott, Crawford, Adolis Garcia. He is in the 8-hole in a 3-for-57 slump. That includes 30 strikeouts. Garrett Stubbs, and on the mound is Aaron Nola. Time now for Nick's Nuggets. What does Nicky Earnshaw have today on the Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN? What's going on, Nuggets? As we had no games last night. A little quiet night on this sports TV calendar. No NBA, no NHL, nothing except for West Virginia with the walk-off country roads.
Well,
walk off all over my timeline this morning, right?
I know. I saw it. All you WVU guys and gals going nuts over that. It was cool. I will be honest. It was pretty awesome to see that. No games last night in Philadelphia. It was, kind of quiet, I guess. Anything else happened today? Did anything come out this morning? Did anyone have a busy morning? Did they listen to their favorite podcast, a podcast that didn't have great audio from a certain player that used to play for the Eagles? I don't know, Mike. There's not too much going on anyway. There's no games. But guess what? We got to talk about this stuff. A.J. Brown, I mean, it was just like clockwork. He had the Instagram posts ready to go, the AI post of the New England Patriots jersey that he fitted onto himself. He had, an ad that he put out, video on Instagram that was put out. And then he has the podcast come out with Maria Taylor earlier this morning, which, shocker. Everyone knew that he was going to get moved by this date, and they had it ready, planned, ready to go. The Instagram of the Patriots had him walking into the building, the whole night. He was out there. But I want to dive deeper into some of the stuff that has been put out there that he has now said on the record. So speaking of that Maria Taylor podcast, at 7 p.m. in Brooklyn, I assume is the name. The audio job and the production on that particular show, not great, okay, for this interview with A.J. Brown. It sounded like he was in the hallway in a school with nobody around. All right, that's what it sounded like. In one of those hollow hallways, nobody's around at night. It felt like red rum in there. But anyway, there was some interesting nuggets. Nugget number one, we'll start with A.J. and Jalen Hurts. So, I mean, there is just tons of stuff, speculation, non-confirmed stories, some like Billy Schweim's initials, BS out there on the social media world. But, he goes on the record. This is what he had to say. Some could be true, some could be not true. But he says this when asked about Jalen Hurts and their relationship. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Not as close as we once were. I believe that's fine. It's like there's no bad blood. There's actually still a lot of love. I love him. I love him to death. I want him to succeed and accomplish all the things that he wants to accomplish. I didn't truly understand why our friendship became the public of the center of everybody's attention when it came to football because, looking back on it, we haven't been as close as we were. Couple years now, but that didn't stop anything. Mm-hmm. We still competed, we still pushed each other, we still led the teams.
So there's no bad blood is the part of that quote that fascinates me. No bad blood. You wouldn't be in this predicament right now if there wasn't any bad blood. Now, you may have gotten over it or moved on from it, sure. But there was clearly bad blood between you two. You two were best buds, FaceTiming, Godfather, the whole nine. And now all of a sudden you're in New England. This podcast was full of Schweim's initials, BS. And I frankly, I can't tolerate it anymore. Thank goodness he is in New England because, this is a joke. He is clearly a problem. He's full of it. And good riddance at this point. After that, seeing that interview and some of the things he was saying, he also goes on to say about the expectations that they had last year. Take a listen to what A.J. Brown said about how much the expectations put pressure on him and the rest of the team?
I think the expectations that we placed upon ourselves became too much. It's like, you have to understand this city. This city expects you to win every single year. And rightfully so, that's what we work for. But the expectations that we drilled in our brain, it's like, we have to win, we have to win, we have to win. And you can become so overly focused and you start pressing. And I think this team just started to do that over a period of time because we still had great players and it was still like the same really core guys. And you added some more guys, but things just kind of just started to go left.
Okay. I know you played that earlier in the show as well, but I mean, that encapsulates just some of the nonsense that is going on with AJ, that went on with AJ over the past year. Mike, I found that podcast more nauseating than the wink on the Dudes on Dudes podcast.
So you think that the deterioration of their relationship was the main culprit in all this?
I think it was. And I'll play another clip from Deshaun Jackson, who joined Up and Adams, who has seemingly knows a little bit of what's going on with this situation. Here's what D-Jax would say the pie chart would be for why this all deteriorated. Take a listen.
How much percentage is about football and how much was about not football?
I'd probably say 60-40, 60 football and 40% drama.
So this is about football. People think it's not about football like at all.
Nah, it definitely was about football, okay. But I think the off the football allowed it to translate to the football, if that makes sense. Because at the end of the day, family life football, I mean, that's what it really comes down to. And, when you get that's why they always say it's hard to, do business with friends or with family, because once you get them in your business, then it's kind of hard to, navigate through that.
So there you go. That's per Deshaun Jackson earlier today. So I think because of the stuff off the field, it went off.
I don't think it had 0%, but he said 60-40, that it was more football than the relationship.
But the stuff off the field led to it being more of the football, and it caused more problems on the football field. That's how I look at it.
Mm-hmm. Well, listen, there's no question that, look, this whole thing has been bizarre to me from the get-go. They trade for him. The night they trade for him, was anybody aware that these two guys even knew each other, let alone they were best friends in the world?
Well, he had supposedly, what was it, that Jalen took AJ on tours of Alabama, things like that. So they had been like friends for a while and been
I understand that.
Things like that.
I understand that, but my point was, did you know that? And did anybody else know that these two had a prior relationship? We're acting like these two guys were like college roommates, high school best friends, 5th grade kids that went on camping trips together. Nobody knew that they knew each other. And then all of a sudden it was like, how the hell do these two guys know each other? How are they such good friends? So, I don't know. I feel like that part of the story was maybe more inflated than anything.
I disagree. I think there's something there. I don't think we'd be in this predicament as badly because of something being there. And he went on to talk about putting the stuff out on social media was to get people to get rolling. And he did it on purpose. Like, it was essentially on purpose to send a message to the locker room, to guys, to help winning in his scenario, in his mind. That would help winning and help get people rolling and on track. I don't know, man. Something happened. It was weird. There's crazy stories out there. I understand that. But we may never know the full truth. But you can't just tell me it went from 100 down to 0 like that. Nothing happened.
Oh, I definitely think, whatever he said was, the relationship, it's not where it once was. I do feel that they were closer. I'm not downplaying that. But I also think that we're making it like they were closer than they really probably were. Now, you would say he's the godfather of his son. And I've said before, most of the people listening don't even know who their godparents are. There's somebody who's in your life at that time. And it's like, hey, you want to be my son's godfather? Yeah, that sounds cool. Maybe they were close for like a 2-year stretch there, but like everything, life happens, wives, relationships, marriages, work, and those they dissipate.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I know they dissipate. But something happened here because he wouldn't be in New England. He was on record saying he wanted to finish his time in Philadelphia, his entire career, and play it here. He did. And he said that. That is out there. And he didn't get along with the quarterback.
How many things have we all said of, this is my favorite job, I never want to leave? And then 2 years later, maybe you got a new boss or a new teammate or a new worker, and that changes your outlook on, you know what, 2 years ago when I said that, I loved it here. Well, 2 years later, things have changed, and I don't like this. Like, people act like if you say something, you can't change your opinion. What are we, all politicians now? Like, hey, 3 years ago, this is the way you thought. Well, guess what? I have a brain, and it has now evolved in thought, and I don't feel the same way anymore. And maybe he said 2 years ago that he wanted to be here and retire, and now things have changed.
Yeah, it clearly changed because he got a New England Patriots carpet off of Amazon that apparently he's had as his time as a Philadelphia Eagle. The guy did. I mean, you can't understand this man. I mean, it's unbelievable some of the stuff that came out of his mouth today.
Yeah, that was a little bizarre that he had a rug in his apartment that was a New England Patriots rug, even while he was still playing for the Eagles.
Yes, like that was a bizarro land, to say the least. I mean, you had Jordan Mailata even come out and say, quote, it sounds terrible, but like, thank God it's over. It was a slow pain of just, is he in? Is he out? We didn't really know. And that really wasn't our focus as a team, our team, especially on offense. But we got to keep the wheels moving. We got new guys coming in. We got rookies coming in again. We got to build that culture every year, end quote. That's what he said during his media availability today. Like, he was obviously a problem. He gave up last year towards the end of the season, and it was affecting the roster. It clearly was. I mean, some of the stuff that he said makes you now see, all right, he was clearly in another headspace. He's asking for trades earlier in the season, as reports suggested and talked about. I mean, this was months and months and months in the making for him to get moved out. And it was a problem on his end. I don't necessarily think it was mostly everyone else. It was mainly him, just from some of his answers today on that podcast.
And I'm not going to sit here and argue that. I think he wanted out. I think the team obviously wanted to acquiesce to him and let him. They didn't fight it, right? They were saying, okay, you want to go, we will accommodate you here, even to the point where maybe we won't get as much as we would like to get in the move, but we think it's best for all parties to move on here for whatever reasons they are. We talked to guys at the Super Bowl, defensive players, mainly, obviously, and they all seemed to glow when we brought up his name and their relationship with him. Now, Mailata, he's an offensive player. We haven't heard a lot from the offensive players. Well, maybe they just said, look, I don't hate the guy or anything. I just don't want to be a part of the shrapnel of getting asked the questions. I don't think it's crazy to suggest that he just didn't want to be here for no other reason. I said, I don't think he hated anybody. I think he just said, well, I've been here for 4 years. We won a Super Bowl, and I feel like we've achieved everything. It's time for me to move on to something else. I want a new challenge in this world.
I think that's part of it. Clearly something happened to make this become reality. Seriously. I mean, something happened where this became reality, because there's really no other reason for this to happen. He should still be here. He's under contract. He signed a 4-year deal. He signed the extension.
I don't know. I just look at listen, I've worked at this place for however long, I can't even remember anymore. If I said I want to go someplace else, it's not because I hate it here. Obviously, I've stayed here for as long as I've had opportunities to leave many times. And guess what? I am severely underpaid. However, I happen to like being in this area. But 3 years from now, I might change my mind and say, you know what? I don't like this area anymore. I'm ready to move on. I don't see A.J. Brown being like, well, you know what? I said something 2 years ago, and now I'm stuck here.
If you look at the macro, it's great that they got 4 years. They got 2 NFC championships.
Exactly.
They got a Super Bowl. However, it ended prematurely because it could have continued on.
The writing was on the wall when
because of the relationship with the quarterback.
When he said after the first Super Bowl that he was unfulfilled by winning the Super Bowl. That has nothing to do with the quarterback. That has to do with him, is that he could not come to terms with that. He wants more goals. He wants more challenges. And he felt that he wasn't being challenged enough in this offense here. There wasn't enough for him.
Yes, I'm with you. I think that it's a culmination of a lot of things, but I think the relationship with the quarterback clearly had to be the main culprit of mostly everything. And then that translated to the field. It did. Deshaun Jackson even said it.
How many quarterback wide receiver relationships stand out to you that you can be like, those two guys love each other? What are you talking about? Like, am I missing something that I'm missing all these great relationships between quarterback and wide receiver off the field?
I mean, Mahomes and Kelsey, Brady, Edelman. We could go down the list here. Listen, he is a diva type receiver. He's an all-time receiver. It's great they got a few years out of him looking at it from the macro perspective, but clearly something happened. It set something off in AJ. It led to problems in the locker room, problems on the field. Enough is enough. They went about it pretty decently in the end. He didn't say anything until the trade happened, and they moved on. But clearly something happened between the quarterback and the wide receiver. He is now no longer here, and that relationship was definitely fractured somehow, some way, and he is gone. And then it led to problems with the football, him not getting the ball, the whole thing. It was a culmination of a perfect storm, football-related and off-the-field related. That is clear.
I don't disagree with that. There was a culmination of many things, not just like, hey, you know what? I think I want to leave now. I think there were things that this and that and a little bit of that and a little bit of that where he just said, you know what? It's time for me to move on. Like, we won a Super Bowl. We went to a Super Bowl. It's just time. Like, I don't think there's any one thing. It's not like I hate Jalen Hurts. No, we're in a good spot. Our relationship's not the same, but I can still move on. I can live with that.
Yeah, that answer, I take it with a grain of salt. I think like a lot of things he says with a grain of salt. Seriously.
I feel like we want everything as fans. We want these guys to be like, no, that's my guy. We're best friends. And if they don't say that, then something's wrong.
No, I don't think that's it. I think it's because there was that prior relationship where they were portrayed as being pretty close, especially when he got traded here. And then that relationship deteriorated. And then when he was not getting the ball and the problems in the offense, it all kind of came together. And the BG comments from a year or two ago, that also helped elevate everything.
I think that relationship has been deteriorated, though, for a
couple years,
multiple years.
But remember, this kind of started when BG put that statement out about those two. Yeah. Seriously, that's kind of what
2020. That was 2023. They've won a Super Bowl since then.
That's fine. The relationship probably wasn't great during that season either. You know what I mean?
I agree. But you're making my point is it doesn't matter that their relationship wasn't the same. They still won the Super Bowl.
I understand that. All I'm saying is it led to where we're at now and him being off of the team. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they didn't have success and they worked together, even though the relationship may have been fractured. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I'm not. And I'm saying I don't disagree that there were this and this and this. I just think it got to a point where, like, if they were best of friends, he probably wouldn't have wanted to leave. But I don't think that was like, I don't like this guy and I can't play with him. So now I want to leave.
No, I don't think it was just that. I think that was part of the reason. I think the offense, the stagnation of the offense, him not getting the ball. He wants stats more so than winning. I mean, it's clear. He said that after the Super Bowl, the Instagram post, that's what he hit it at. But I think we can both agree, because we'll agree to disagree on some of the semantics of the whole thing. I think we could agree it was a culmination of a lot of different factors that now led to this.
I would say this, more than the relationship with Jalen Hurts, I think maybe his relationship with Sirianni
I think that's part of it too.
Something that almost like Castellanos. You wonder
Oh,
how much.
damn it.
How
That was going to be
much-
nugget number 2.
How much respect he had for for Sirianni, and whether or not he can continue to play for him.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen, it's fascinating, this whole thing. I was very frustrated listening to that. It was worse than dudes on dudes. I'll leave it at that. And listen, you don't have any carpets in there, of other teams, right? Like you didn't add a carpet like 5 minutes before. You didn't order on Amazon.
I got a WVU.
Yeah, WV. No pit.
That would be
no
my
pit
carpet.
there?
No,
No,
that would be
no
like
pit.
me having a pit.
I know.
My girlfriend, all the time. I'll walk down the street, see someone wearing a pit T-shirt or hoodie or something, and I just can't help myself. And she's like, "Do not say it."
Yeah, I hope you don't have a pit.
Pit.
When I walk in for the locker room on Saturday, I better not see a pit rug on there or something that you've been hiding. You're secretly a pit fan or something,
Yep. No way. No pit.
All right. Nugget number 2, you kind of teased it for me. Nick Castellanos returns to the bank tonight, Mike. How about that?
I see he's already talking to the media out there.
He is. He's already talking. He seems like in good spirits. So my question is to you, the audience, if you want to chime in, 609-403-0973, if you want to jump in on this conversation as well. What is the reception for Castellanos tonight? Is he booed? Is it a mix? Is it a cheer? I think it's going to be a little bit of a mix, Mike.
It's a good question. I haven't even thought about it because he's so bad. I think he'll get a good reception. I do. I think he will get a good reception because he stinks. It's not like he left like Jason Worth at the top and then chose more money to go someplace else. I think it was, we like this guy. He was one of us, and he stinks now. Like he stunk when he was here, but now he really stinks.
I'm very curious to see what he gets. I think it's going to be a mix. I think there's going to be people that boo, because I know you're not a booer, but there are people out there that boo. And I think he'll get a mix. I think we'll get some cheers because he was a very polarizing figure. A lot of polarizing figures in this town. AJ Brown being one, Nick Castellanos, 2 of the most polarizing figures in the last 6 months in Philadelphia sports. He makes his return tonight. I think it's a mixed reaction of cheers and boos for Castellanos when he steps to the plate.
Now, Castellanos this year is hitting currently 191 with 4 homers and 20 RBI. And you picked up in his place, Adolis Garcia, who somehow is about as bad. Adolis Garcia is hitting also 191 with 4 homers. He has actually less RBI, 15. Castellanos has 20, but Castellanos has played in 39 games, and Garcia's 58. So almost 20 more games for. So they both are hitting 191, which is unbelievable that they're both hitting 191. They both have 4 home runs. Now, Castellanos has played less games and actually has more RBI. Now, the strikeout number is crazy. 70 strikeouts for Adolis Garcia, and Nick Castellanos has struck out 34 times. Now, the on-base, 221 for Castellanos, 274 for Garcia. These are 2 really bad baseball players.
I tried to tell people when they signed Garcia, he is Nick Castellanos with a better arm. That's all he is. Castellanos, he's a better defender than Castellanos, but you're not going to get much more production at the plate. I don't know why people thought he'd just revert back to 4 years ago. I just don't understand it. Like we were just praying and hoping that he would revert back.
I don't think they thought he would. I think they were hopeful.
They were fingers crossed, and it's not working. It's not working, Dave Dom. Sorry.
All right. Well, there's the Nuggets for today. Thanks, Nick.
See ya.
We'll do it again tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash Live. When we come back, it's the Cooney Report with Kevin Cooney. Stick around. More Sports Bash on the way on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 5 o'clock, and we got a lot happening this last hour of the show. Kevin Cooney from the Cooney Report, his new Substack. Check that out. Big month of sports in the city of Philadelphia. Also, Phils and A.J. Brown. It's all on the table. Yesterday, if you missed my conversation with LaSalle basketball coach Darius Nichols, check that out on the YouTube channel. We played at West Virginia with Mike Gansey. We had a good conversation about his relationship with Gansey and why he thinks he will be successful in Philadelphia. Check that interview out over on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Right now, Kevin Cooney from the Cooney Report joins us for a good conversation. A.J. Brown traded yesterday. Now, we just got into a big debate about this and who's at fault in this one. Is anybody at fault? Did this relationship just run its course? And we've seen a lot of breakups in Philadelphia, Kevin. What is your takeaway from the latest breakup between A.J. Brown and the Philadelphia Eagles?
Oh, let me start with the obvious thing. You talk about West Virginia basketball in a way. I mean, God knows, I would bet you had to go out one time with Bob Huggins to a bar, correct?
He was not the coach when I was there. Now, I know many people who have been to Morgantown in the years since and have seen him out many of times. He was very much a regular on campus. Yes. But I personally know.
I got stranded in Buffalo during the 17 tournament, and they were at the same hotel. So I ended up at the bar with Bob Huggins and Andy North, which is a very strange combo.
That's a long night for the liver, so I hear.
Oh, I heard. So, but as far as go back to your original question, I think they're all responsible. I think AJ is selfish. I think AJ is clear. You know, when you look back at that quote from when he was, from when they won the Super Bowl, and it was like, I just don't feel satisfied and everything. I love dominating and all that. That's a guy who wants his own numbers as opposed to a team performance, and that was pretty clear on that. So he's a majority of it. I blame, Jalen Hurts, because part of the job of a quarterback is making your wide receiver, your number one wide receiver, feel comfortable, while not totally towering into him. And I say that because if you look at where this team fell apart last year, it's when they force-fed A.J. Brown the ball. And I think that Jalen could have handled it a little better. The blatant, it sounded like he had absolute rabbit ears with that. And finally, look, and you and I have talked about it when we did some other stuff together. To me, this also falls on Nick Sirianni, because we hear that Sirianni is so great with relationships and he's so great at doing this stuff you don't see. I jokingly call him the Ted Lasso treatment. Well, this fell apart. And somewhere along the way, if Sirianni is going to be that coach, if he's not going to be the guy who is, X and O'ing a team out or all that, then Sirianni's got to be the one who nips this in the bud and really puts the problem away. And he never did. So those three are the primary ones who I blame for this.
Do you look at Sirianni's role in this? Because we were just talking about this the last hour, and we, is it his relationship with Hurts deteriorated so much, or this and that? And I said, I think maybe under talked about is his relationship with Sirianni and where they stood. Did Brown almost look at Sirianni the way Castellanos looked at Thompson?
Maybe. Remember in the Super Bowl, before his touchdown pass at the end of the first half against Kansas City and New Orleans. Remember they had that blow up of there was a complaint and that was right around the time when there was there was the fumble by, or there was the pick by the pick in the middle of the field. To me, that showed maybe the perilous nature. They're both guys who yell and scream at each other. And I think that's maybe where I blame. The head coach has to be above that. He does. And you may think a guy's a jerk. You may feel like you cannot dress a guy down on the sidelines like he did a couple times with Brown and still be, quote, a player's coach. And that's where, like, again, it leads to the question. Look, I know Nick Sirianni is going nowhere if they make the playoffs this year and all that, but it leads to the question of, what exactly is he really good at? Because one thing I'll say about Sirianni, so the last 3 years, yes, they made the playoffs, but they crumbled when they had a roster that should have been better than just a one and done in January.
I'm talking with Kevin Cooney. Check out his new Substack, the Cooney Report, where he writes about this whole relationship between the Eagles and A.J. Brown and Nick Sirianni, one of them. You talk about Hurts and the personal beef that may or may not be there. He did admit today in a podcast that the relationship is not the same, nor does it need to be the same. I mean, Kevin, I'm sure there's plenty of people that you were a lot closer with at a time, and then, life happens and you don't talk to them as much. But
especially when you work around them all the time, and then you eventually get tired.
That too, right? But you write that this was on Hurts to fix the relationship if there was a personal beef. And do you think that personal beef, if there was one, has led to where we are today?
Look, I think we're going to find out. This stuff doesn't ever stay completely silent for long. I would imagine it's going to come out at some point. And if it is, again, then the quarterback and the wide receiver have to lock themselves in a room and solve it. And I just don't get the sense that's Jalen's personality. I don't get the sense this year, at least, maybe the ego inflated after the Super Bowl, that, Jalen was going to be all that accommodating to anybody else on the team who he felt was kind of on the island himself, by themselves. And to be honest, I thought Jalen was a little bit on the island by himself. Look at the way that they stopped running him in that offense. You may say, well, that was Kevin Patullo. I put that on Hurts as much as I do Patullo, because Hurts is the one who could have said, hey, I want to go, and I want to really, our offense functions better when I break outside the pocket. And he never did that. So look, success bred egos, and the egos are what kind of doomed the relationship. And I think it doomed this football team last year. And it's going to be interesting to see this year if the egos are a little bit more in check.
What did you make of Brown's Instagram goodbye?
Mike, I got to be honest. I am so tired of the Instagram goodbyes from players when they leave. And what's even worse is when teams give Instagram or Twitter goodbyes for guys who were there a year or two. It's like, okay, whatever. You kind of roll the eyes. And maybe because I'm just an old, jaded sports writer. I just, great. He didn't say anything wrong on the way out. He didn't do the TO, sports turf policy. But, it's also, I don't know if every word in that was totally sincere either. I kind of doubt it.
All right, Kevin Cooney, the Cooney Report is the Substack. Check that out. And a lot of great stuff that we will continue to dive into here. The one thing that I is we knew this for a while. This was happening, and we were wondering about compensation. You write that you think it's a good deal for both on paper. Is it more than just what they got in return? How do you kind of look at the deal itself?
Well, for a guy who's turning 30 who has knee issues, you got a first-round pick. And, it's not next year, but it's the year after. Odds are odds are still pretty good that the Patriots are going to be maybe drafting 22 to 32 next year. Am I totally sold it's going to be that way the year after? No, I'm not. I think they could go back quickly because I don't know what AJ is going to give them. I don't know if Drake May is going to develop. I don't know what the running game is going to look like. I think there's more of a shot for that to be a much better pick in 2 years than it is right now. And the other part of this too, look, it was going to be very difficult because everybody believes next year's draft is totally stacked. It was going to be difficult to get the Patriots to give up a first-round pick for 27. But you got one for 28. You got something in the bank. And it also times up with when you're going to have to pay Quinyon Mitchell, you're going to have to pay Cooper DeJean. And so it allows you to have the flexibility to still get young talent in here, probably at a better rate, and get that extra first-round pick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and, one of the things I think is they almost had to do this because of the way, the June 1st thing, obviously, but now they have $30 million extra to play with. People, I don't think we kind of tied in the Grenard trade with all this, but that happens because you knew this is happening. And you also have to sign Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell and Jalen Carter, and that might have been difficult had A.J. Brown still been here. So you almost had to kind of, lop him off one way or the other. So I don't love the 2028 pick. Mainly my reasoning, Kevin, has been the 2026 Philadelphia Eagles have Super Bowl aspirations, and it didn't get helped by the fact that yesterday on the same day, Myles Garrett gets traded to the team that many people think is better than you already. But you get that 2028 pick 2 years from now, it's going to be like, wow, we have 2 picks. But in immediacy, I don't know that makes me feel any better that they were not able to improve this particular team with A.J. Brown and that trade.
Now, if they have flipped Jalen Carter for Myles Garrett, I think we all would have been saying, look for L.A. at this point. And that I'm surprised that has been more of the talk today in the city about the idea of should they have traded Carter for Garrett because Garrett would have been the quick fix and everything as opposed to the long term. But it's a tough call because if you trade Carter and he blossoms and becomes Aaron Donald out there, then the Eagles look stupid even for the quick fix. But when they have a team that could win a Super Bowl now and presumably in the future, when you look at the defensive weapons that they have.
All right, Kevin, I want to go to another Substack of yours. I'm enjoying the Substack. Many people out there should also do the same. The Cooney Report on Substack. Time to dream big. The month of June, which is kind of a slow month in sports generally. You don't have the NBA team. You don't have the NHL team. You only have the baseball team. Even the football team kind of goes away after next week. They'll have the mandatories, and that will be it. But as you kind of write about here, this might be one of the bigger sports months in the city that we'll have.
Yeah, this 6-week stretch between the World Cup coming in and obviously the All-Star game coming in the middle of July. And if you want to, look, tied in also, if you want to look at it deeper with the 250th anniversary of the country and the celebration that'll be here on the 4th of July, it is huge. And having lived here, I've gotten used to the city in these moments, not wanting to go super big and thinking grand about what kind of events it gets. So the World Cup coming here is enormous. It is. And especially with how big a soccer hotbed the Philadelphia region has become over the years, especially amateur soccer, more so than the union. But I will tell you, Mike, I want this to be the start of the conversation about the dome that I want the Eagles to build. And I know people go, well, you'll lose out on the snow games and, football's played in the cold.
Well, this is the irony here, which I love, Kevin, is as you just kind of pointed out, the old crotchety writer is the guy who wants the dome. You're supposed to say, the hell with the dome, get out there in the snow. No. This is the way games are played. And yet you're being rational by saying it might not be for the Eagles that you want the dome, but for other things.
Yeah, because this city deserves to have major events. Look, I love going. I love the couple Final Fours that I've gone to in my life. Okay, the Final Four is an awesome event, and it brings a ton of people into your city and brings a ton of money into your city. Why shouldn't Philadelphia, who has 6 universities that the NCAA loves handing the hosting duties off to, whenever you have a regional here or whatever, why shouldn't Philadelphia get in that mix? Why are you conceding that to Indianapolis and Houston and Phoenix and all that? Go for a major event. Help the economy out. Help the image of the city being more of a national or a world-class sports landscape. And yes, does that mean a Super Bowl? Probably once. It's not going to be a long-term Super Bowl host. It's not LA. It's not Tampa. It's not, look, Miami's not even in that mix anymore because of different areas and different aspects of the way the NFL wants. But
I've been to a Miami Super Bowl. They don't need to get the Super Bowl back anymore.
Well, yeah, and that stadium's not exactly new. And I know they've done renovations. It's not exactly nice either.
Just not a Miami kind of guy, Kevin.
I'm not a Miami.
No, I'm saying me. No, well, me neither. It's just, I don't know. I've been to New Orleans. Do it there. Vegas did a nice job. San Francisco was okay last year.
Nashville will be interesting. But no, it's like if you have it once, that's fine. There's also been talk that the idea the NFL may want to put the conference title games in climate-controlled situations. So that may come up, and all these people will go, oh, you want to get the home field advantage. And, the NFL, if the NFL thinks they can make $1 somewhere, they're going to do it.
Yeah.
And so why not potentially take the dollars off of the NFL? I'm tired of thinking small and acting small. Look, Citizens Bank Park is great. The link doesn't do much for me, but it's,
I was thinking about this I'm glad you brought that up because I was thinking about this as I was reading your story, and I implore everybody to go out there and check out the Substack, Kevin Cooney Report on Substack. Is Citizens Bank Park one of those ballparks that we're talking about them being in for 50 years longer, or is it going to go the way that a lot of these teams go and they just flip these ballparks every 20, 25 years?
I think Citizens Bank Park, well, one, I think you could say Citizens Bank Park's a top 10 ballpark in baseball right now. It's not Wrigley, it's not Fenway, it's not PNC, which has the gorgeous vista, or Oracle, or maybe the history of Dodger Stadium. But in my mind, it's probably in that 5 to 10 range and comfortable. And that's what I think I love about Citizens Bank Park. And so do I see the Phillies making a move out of there? No, I don't. Because I think I don't hear one word of complaint about Citizens Bank Park except for the traffic. Mm-hmm. And that's about it.
So is Shapiro fixing the traffic there? What's going on with that? What do you know about that?
All right. So what I know is they're going to look at trying to do different access roads. They're going to try to the flow of traffic there, because they shut out gates and they put people a certain way as opposed to what it used to be. It's a nightmare. I think they're going to fix some of that. They're going to try to widen some lanes and all that. To be honest, if we're talking an Eagle Stadium, Mike, I wouldn't mind them considering a site away from South Philly to try to ease the congestion in South Philly.
Where was an option for football?
Well, they've talked about the Navy Yard. That's one. Do I think that is likely?
That's still South Philly.
It's still South Philly. You can maybe build different off ramps and everything, kind of like they do in Baltimore, where if you're going to M&T and you're going to Camden Yards, you're almost going in separate directions a little bit. That could be. But the waterfront is something they have not done well in trying to exploit. And so would it be interesting to me if they did something along along Delaware Avenue, or if they talked to Penn maybe about what the Franklin Field site would look like, rebuilt with a new stadium? That would be very interesting. It's also very congested over there, so I'm not sure that's the site to work, but it's just something to keep in mind here as they go forward.
All right, Kevin Cooney Report here. We're having fun talking to Kevin here on the show, and of course, read his stuff. Phillies are back home. Nick Castellanos is hitting 191 with 4 home runs. Adolis Garcia is hitting 191 with 4 home runs. You can't even make that up, can you?
No, it's basically the meme of the guys pointing at each other.
It's unbelievable.
Hey, you.
But Kevin, how much longer can you keep I know they kept trotting Kepler out there last year. Then they finally, after the trade deadline, they finally tweaked him over and platooned him and finally worked on Castellanos. They finally felt comfortable enough to tell Castellanos, you're done. Will that eventually happen here? I mean, you got 2 months to the deadline.
Well, But what's the Gabriel Rincon is the option to bring up? I mean, I don't know if they'll go that far for a team that they still feel is a contender. I think, and they think they would also explain it as, Garcia's defense is far superior to what they got from Castellanos or Kepler last year. So I don't think that's a major. I don't think it's likely. They do need to get a right. You and I talked about this forever.
Well, we've been talking about a right-handed bat, and you're not wrong, but it almost feels like you just said they need to find a left-handed bat to platoon with him now.
Yeah, I just don't. There's nothing in Dave's DNA as a Philly that tells me he's going to cut the cord on it. Just nothing. That right now in the first year that he's going to cut the cord. You want to say Whit Merrifield, that was different because they felt like they were locked in positions. There's no legitimate answer there beyond Adolis Garcia at this point.
All right,
so that's why I don't think it's going to happen.
Couple quick hitters. Would you be in on Skubal?
If you know Zach Wheeler is going to retire definitely after next year, yes.
Okay, I like that because the way I look at it, Kevin, is I don't know
I'm training Painter. I'm training Painter as part of it.
I would imagine you have to. All right, I would say Painter and maybe even Crawford and or Painter. Miller. I don't know what Miller's back if he's attractive.
I was just gonna say I'm not sure Miller has any value right now.
Yeah, but that said, I would 100%. But the way I look at it, Kevin, is I don't know that I'm finding that right-handed bat. And if I can't find any more offense, well, then guess what? I'm going to have to go get a third guy because the way I map it out is if Sanchez pitches game 1 and wins, and let's just say Wheeler has the night like he did in L.A. the other night and they lose, I'd rather be going to Skubal in game 3 than Luzardo.
Yeah, I don't, and it honestly, yeah, I mean that's a no-brainer. I mean, you're talking 3 Cy Young caliber guys in your rotation, and nobody, not even the Dodgers, can match up with that at this point.
Nope.
So yeah, I would think that would be the best move.
Right. Okay. So you just said best move, getting Skubal and having to give up more, or trying to find a right-handed bat and or a left-handed guy to platoon with Garcia.
The right-handed bat would give you more. All right, so let's use the name Mike Trout.
I was going to say, I don't think you and I have ever had the Mike Trout discussion.
I'm hesitant on Trout only because of the injuries. That I would hate to trade for him and then him fall down and go boom and hurt something at this point in his career. But is Trout the kind of guy who you would look and go, aha, that guy? Yeah. I've seen Christian Walker's name in there a little bit as well from Jim Salisbury and Todd Zalecki. Christian Walker would be interesting to me because it would also mean that you probably have to move Harper back to the outfield at that point. The right-handed bat helps you 5 days a week. Presumably, Skubal only helps you 1 day a week. But the question is, are you comfortable with the deal you would make for a right-handed bat? And right now, I don't know if they would.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. It's going to be a long 2 months to that trade deadline.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. This is you mentioned the dog days, really, basically. They're not going to be home a lot in June and July because of everything going on here in Denver for the All-Star game and all that. So it's going to be a lot of watching them from a distance. And it'll be interesting to see how this team, who has played better on the road, handles that.
Kevin Cooney, the Cooney Report Substack. Check that out. And, of course, we'll have him more on the Sports Bash. We're enjoying these conversations. A good text messages coming in on our conversation as well. A dome stadium possibly in Philadelphia. Well, I guess it is a possibility. Kevin, appreciate it, man.
No problem. Anytime, Mike.
All right, this is Kevin Cooney, everybody. The Cooney Report. Check that out on his Substack. You can check that out, Substack. Kevin Cooney. It's easy. If you like his writing and our conversations, you'll enjoy. He's got more over there on his Substack. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Coming up, A.J. Brown was on a podcast today. Actually, it was yesterday, I think, last night after he got traded, and he aired it out. Did he really say anything, though? We'll examine. Coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. 5:31. Not quite working for the weekend yet. Tuesday's the worst. Not a great day. You're not at the halfway point. You're after Monday. Tuesday's just a day with no feel. Right?
Sure.
You got a feel for Tuesday?
I have a feel for Tuesday because it's not Monday or Wednesday.
I've gotten 4 consecutive calls here from San Francisco. They're all different numbers.
Now, does it show up as San Francisco? Or does it show up as like toll free or possible spam?
So this one, the last couple have said possible spam. This one actually says a real number.
Yeah, I get possible spam probably one to two times a day. I get toll free call.
This San Francisco has called me like 3 times in the last 2 minutes. And all day today, I mean, I know it's like election day, so maybe I'm getting spam calls to go out and vote or
Primary
something.
election day.
I don't even know who's running.
Doesn't matter.
What primary?
Republican and Democrat.
For what office?
Congress, state stuff.
Okay.
Listen, I don't want to get started on the primary.
I don't know. I know somebody texted in earlier saying about.
I know somebody texted in was like, "Hey guys, remember it's primary
But I got
day."
text messages from people. I got a text message from some guy earlier. It says, "Hi, this is Simon. I'm friends with somebody who's running for Congress."
Good for Simon.
Guess what, Simon? You're now on my bleep list. You're not my friend. I hate you. Look, I don't want you. Stop texting me. Stop calling me.
Anytime I get those texts, I put them in the spam folder or the block folder.
I'm trying. I can't keep up with the numbers and keep coming. I just literally got a 415 San Francisco, 415 another San Francisco, 415. That's 3 calls, 529, 530, 531. I got one from Hamilton. I got a 908. I got another 908. I got an 856. I got a 201. I mean, enough already. Nobody,
list.
put it this way. I don't answer the phone if I know who's calling me. The fact that people are calling and you know they don't know who you are, how do they think you're getting one over?
Yeah, I got a 302. I got a 310.
That's Delaware. That you might know that person.
Well, they didn't leave a voicemail.
Could be BC and Bowers Beach.
Probably not. I never met BC. They wouldn't have my number. I got a 680. Who else do I got here? I got this toll free.
Yeah, I got a bunch today. For some reason, anybody else getting that's a spam. That's a fake number, 855. These other ones, see, that's the new thing, is these spam numbers, they're trying to entice you with the 609 so that you answer it.
I got a 973 on here.
They're trying to get you to be like, oh, 609, maybe I know that person. Because they feel like people have such FOMO that they need to figure out.
Zero FOMO.
Yeah, I don't give a rat's. I don't care. If your name pops up on my screen, I'm like, I still don't want to answer it.
The only
Let
time,
alone a number that I don't know.
The only time I will ever answer a call is if I know that person. Right? It's in my phone book. It's in my contact list.
Yeah. Text messages on Kevin Cooney. What a bad argument for indoor football stadiums. So we can get a Final Four regionals, give up outdoor NFL games as part of the difficulty of playing in Philly for more national exposure. Get out of here, dude. All right, let's break this down real fast. 1, give up outdoor NFL games and part of the difficulty of playing in Philly for more national exposure. I mean, I think in the last 20 years, we can think of 2 games that stand out. The snow game against the Lions, the snow game against the Rams. Other than that, every game at home you've lost for the most part.
Well, that's not true. Come on, now you're being exaggerating.
I remember 4 games in the Andy Reid era. Carolina, Tampa Bay. Those games were all outside.
That was 20 years ago.
I'm saying, but those are the games, just home playoff games. This guy's saying give up the difficulty of playing in Philly. Now, I'm not a fan of the Dome, but I think this argument is weak sauce.
I mean, the Eagles, half the reason why they made the run to the last couple Super Bowls is because they had home games.
Yeah, but like I said, the one game, the Ram game, was in the elements. Other than that, that's what I said. Can you think of other games where the difficulty of playing outdoors mattered?
I don't think it's like I don't think it's always literally outdoors. I think of also like the Vikings when you had their first Super Bowl championship. You got them out of their dome into your outside kind of thing. Like I think
I'm
of
more
that.
for outdoor, but his point, Cooney's, is would you rather have the Final Four or WrestleMania or
But you've had WrestleMania,
at Lincoln Financial Field?
Financial, yeah.
Mhm. Now they try to avoid that.
I mean, okay. I mean, I know WWE just announced they're bringing back Raw to Philadelphia in a couple months. We
Well,
have
they do Raw here a
Raw
lot.
coming to Lake City. I mean, what I
They
feel
do
like
pay-per-views and Raws here. I call them pay-per-views. I know that's not what they're called
PLEs.
anymore. But they do them here very frequently. We're
Right.
talking about the biggest of big events.
Right, but the only one you could think of is the Final Four, and it's like, are we really missing the Final Four?
You might not.
I mean, in general. Like,
You're not missing anything. You're not going to the snow game. You're not going to the Final Four, so you're not fair to ask this question.
okay, yeah, in the most literal sense. But I mean, in the general sense, like,
Well, his point is, if these
Yeah.
events are in town, they generate a buzz. You might not go, but it does. Like a Super Bowl could come here. It's not coming here without a dome.
okay, to me, that's a better one than the Final Four. I think part of the reason the Final Four goes where it goes is not just because there's a dome. I think there are other, hotel availabilities, logistics of the city to the arena. I think that has more to do with it. Because, I was watching Andy Katz one time talk about this. He talked about how a lot of it, they go like Indianapolis and San Francisco.
His point
San
on that
Antonio.
is the Final Four is that Philadelphia hosts a lot of regionals,
Mhm.
but they can't get to the next level because they play the Final Four in a football dome. They don't play them in arenas.
Not anymore, right?
So that Philadelphia would be in that rotation of Houston and San Antonio and those places that get those finals because they have the big dome arena.
I hear you. I just feel like building something for that reason, it can backfire on you because I remember when Citizens Bank Park was first built, and the idea is that we're to get the All-Star game back here. Well, that took 20 years, right?
Yeah, I always wonder how come Philadelphia doesn't seem like it ever gets like the All-Star games, the NBA, the NHL.
It's not in the rotation.
No.
And to me, it's like you build the thing, the arena, the stadium, the dome, whatever it is, with the idea of we're to get this stuff. And then when it doesn't come, it's a letdown. And it's like, great, I got a new stadium, but where's the event?
Yes, he maps out. He says, I want the city to think bigger, much bigger than it does right now. I want a chance at the Super Bowl. I want the Final Four here every 5 or 6 years. I want the Army-Navy game here every December.
But here's my pushback.
I don't know if I want the Army-Navy game indoors, though.
Here's my pushback. You may want it, but do they want to be where you are? Like, what are the reasons why we think just use Army-Navy? The Army-Navy is not here every year anymore. Is it because of Philadelphia, or is it because the other cities put up a good offer?
I'm not 100% why. I think it became a little bit of like a money thing. I think
it is a money thing.
Right. It only really is.
The
in
other
Baltimore,
cities,
Philly,
MetLife.
Yeah, but it's here more than it is in the other.
It is. But the point is that there's other places offered a good deal. I don't think Army Navy is like, I hate Philadelphia. It's like you build a new stadium.
Probably not. We don't even know what's going on with the Army Navy game.
Well, that's true too.
That's in flux. I mean, they're going to play it.
I mean, they did pass federal legislation to protect it. So read into that what you will.
Yeah.
But let's use WWE. WWE had WrestleMania for the last 2 years in Las Vegas. Why? Well, they didn't put in Las Vegas 2 straight years because they think Las Vegas is a better city than everywhere else. It was because of the hotel situation. This was reported by Dave Meltzer that the WWE looked at the hotel situation and they said, this is the best city for what we're trying to do right now.
Well, and according to his article, that the World Cup is here partly because of that reason. Philadelphia has plenty of hotel availability to hold these events. They don't have the venue to do these type of events. Now, World Cup can be outdoors.
Right. So
therefore it is here. So it is, he's basically saying they put the World Cup here. We could get these events because we're getting the World Cup, The problem, we can't get these other events because we don't have the facility to hold them.
Right. I would just say, but aside from the Final Four, what is the other event that I'm missing? Is it just the Super Bowl?
He put Super Bowl, Final Four. They're really the two that I think he kind of is pounding the fist for. The Army Navy, he did mention Army Navy in his article.
If you told me that us building a dome stadium guarantees us a Super Bowl week, then I'm interested. Because
well, generally when you build that new stadium, you do get that, you've seen one in Detroit, you saw one in Minnesota. So, but if you only got it one time, is it worth it?
I think the reason why Kevin's also bringing up an event like a WrestleMania is because this year's SummerSlam is in Minneapolis in that dome. So I think that's part of the reasoning, as well as that a lot of these, you mentioned the Final Four, a lot of these events are moving to the bigger arenas.
Yeah.
We see a lot of these big name concerts at the stadiums now. They're not even in, like, it's almost like a place like Xfinity Mobile is like second tier.
Yeah. Do they do concerts though inside like football stadiums,
Yes.
indoor ones?
Yes. Like in Indianapolis, in New Orleans.
That could be another reason then.
Jerry's World.
That's a massive concert. I mean, how
Well,
many artists in today's world
Beyonce
could fill up that? And how often is she playing?
Well, I mean, she's not going to all the time, but
yeah, he says, I want the city to think bigger, much bigger. I want a chance at the Super Bowl. I want Final Fours here every 5 or 6 years. I want Army Navy back here every December. I want hotels bustling, the restaurants in Center City filled with the economy to benefit from this city's passion for sports. He mentions that the Final Four in Phoenix, Final Four weekend brought in $429 million to the Phoenix area. And that, every 5 or 6 years, if you're in that rotation, which seemingly is Indianapolis, San Antonio, Phoenix. I don't know who I can't even think of some of the other places that are hosting the Final Four.
I know New Orleans has done it.
Then New Orleans, yeah. So that if you had a brand new dome stadium, that Philly would undoubtedly be a Final Four destination. Now, that might not excite enough people. I personally don't care if there's a dome, don't need a dome. And it would be cool, though, to have these events in town, don't you think?
I think the idea of having the event is cooler than the dome itself. Like, I would love the idea of Radio Row right up the road. You instead of traveling halfway across the country, having to deal with time zones.
I don't know that I would like that.
Why not?
Well, part of the cool part about going to Radio Row for those couple of days is also that you kind of get to check off a city that I have never been to. I had not been to San Francisco. I had not been to Vegas. LA, I've only been to once.
See, I never get to go anywhere. So to me, I don't get like the intrinsic value of that. To me, it's like
like New Orleans. I've been to New Orleans twice, way in the past, but going back there and getting to say, hey, I could go to New Orleans now I think going to the Radio Rows as over the last X amount of years, I would do New Orleans, Vegas, maybe I don't even know another place.
Well, they're going to Nashville in the future.
That one is going to be interesting because Nashville is
it's a smaller city, isn't it?
Tiny town. It's the kind of town you only need to be in for like a weekend. But listen, when we go down to the Super Bowl, we're not really hanging out. I mean, we're working for virtually the entire week. So I've been to Vegas. I barely saw the Strip. Me and Scott Grayson walked there the last night we were there, and the two of us were completely exhausted. And in San Francisco, I didn't see the ballpark.
Okay.
I didn't see the Golden Gate Bridge.
You did go to a Warriors game.
Did go to a Warriors game, yes. But part of the thing is going to the different, like this year it's in L.A. Not all that excited about that. L.A. not. I've been to L.A. one time.
See, you and I would agree on this. I have zero interest in L.A.
I've been there once. It didn't do anything.
I feel like the only thing I want to do in LA is go to a Dodgers game.
Miami. I went to a Dodger game and I didn't even care for that.
There you go.
the stadium's a little overrated.
Spoiler alert.
In my opinion. Miami, if I never go to Miami again, I'll be fine with that.
See, I want to go to Miami, but I'm also weird compared to you. So.
Now, the funny part is when the Super Bowl was in Tampa, that was the COVID year. Now, I love Tampa, but I didn't go to the Super Bowl in Tampa.
Right.
So I don't know how they do the Super Bowl. We went to the Super Bowl in Atlanta. It was okay. I did like the College Football Hall of Fame. I wish I could.
That sounds cool.
I wish I could have spent more time there. But
That
that's
sounds
the kind of cool
awesome.
things where you go to some of these towns and you're like, okay, I'm in this town for like 3 or 4 days. And the problem is, we're working so much that the College Football Hall of Fame just happened to be attached to the building. If it wasn't attached to the building, we probably wouldn't have got there.
Right. If they go on the other end of town, they would have gotten there.
Yeah, that's the one. Like the fact that the Warriors game happened to be later on at night, that helped.
Facilitated.
Yeah, because we were off the air because of the time change. We're done our show. What time was it when we were done?
You were done at 3 in the afternoon.
So 3 in the afternoon, we were done. So it allowed us to because people don't realize a lot of times we're done the show at 3, but there are so many people still walking around that one of the things we're doing is we are either recording stuff that will air the next day or setting up interviews live for the next day. So we're usually there for an extra 2 to 3 hours because now, unless we're on an East Coast place, that's where the West Coast radio rows get you a little bit, right? Where we're done at 3, but there's still a lot of action happening out there because a lot of the, there's still West Coast shows are live out there.
Sure.
Yeah. So, but that's why we don't get to do so much because, we get off the air at 3, but we might not leave Radio Row till 6 or 7 o'clock. All right. I like the
that was a rabbit hole.
Well, I Kevin's Substack has been very entertaining. I enjoy having him on and talking about it. When he said, "Hey, I got this new Substack, you should check it out." I read it, and I was reading it, and I said, "Oh, this will be fun conversation just to kind of go back and forth on." Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video, always streaming on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Wrap up the show. On Sports All right, getting ready to get out of here. Tuesday night. Phil's tonight. We gave it a lineup earlier today. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, you'll see the lineup up on your screen. Don't forget, you can watch the Sports Bash every day on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Easy to do. Go to youtube.com, search 973 ESPN, and watch the show on your laptop, your tablet, your phone. Phillies lineup for the Padre game tonight. Schwarber, Turner, Harper, Marsh, Bohm, Stott, Crawford, Adolis Garcia, and Garrett Stubbs is hitting ninth tonight. As Don Mattingly said, a little more time for JT Realmuto. Aaron Nola pitching. Anything stand out for you today?
All the things we didn't have time to get to today.
I know.
That's me today.
I know.
Today was one of those days where it's like you think you're going to get to certain topics. We never got to any of them. Right now, this hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by Boxing Insider Promotions, the biggest heavyweight showdown in South Jersey boxing history, is Saturday, June 13th. 2 undefeated South Jersey heavyweights go head-to-head. Holy Spirit High School graduate Josh Popper versus Absagami High School graduate Bruce Sullivan Jr. headlining a stacked card. You do not want to miss out. Friday, June 13th. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com for Inside the Tropicana Showroom in Atlantic City, presented by Boxing Insider Promotions.
Good stuff. Yeah, you're talking about we had a whole bunch of stuff from A.J. Brown. We'll use that tomorrow for sure because he was on some podcast right after he got traded and talked a lot about everything. I don't know if he particularly said anything. And I'll tell you this, he's in New England now, so who cares? Now, we'll do it tomorrow here on the Sports Bash. See you, everybody.